Chapter 1394 Misfortune. Who was she? Yan Yi had met her before, of course. Moreover, it wasn't even very long ago. Because she was actually that face which Nether Maiden and the others had been suppressing. A ghastly pale countenance, blood-red eyes, hair that emanated faint violet-colored baleful energy. Just a little while ago, she was emanating extremely terrifying resentment, and even his sword intent was barely able to defend him against it. Slaughter intent, resentment, and baleful energy. She seemed like the entire world owed her billions. After a moment of shock, it didn't take long for ferocity to cover Yan Yi's face. Nether Maiden and the others had been suppressing her, yet now, she had taken human form. In other words, something happened to Nether Maiden and the others? Yan Yi spoke in a low voice. Where are they? At the same time, the sword god's seal lit up on his forehead. She glanced at his forehead, pondered deeply for an instant, and then suddenly stretched out her hand and tapped her finger against his forehead. In an instant, the sword god's seal fell silent. Yan Yi was shocked. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden appeared by his side, and then the pig-riding young woman, Boundary Maiden, Ice Maiden, Light Maiden, and Oblivion Maiden appeared in front of him. Yan Yi's eyes were filled with bewilderment. What? Meanwhile, Nether Maiden spoke. Remember what I told you about a hall master of my nether pavilion suffering a blood sentence? Yan Yi nodded as he naturally remembered. Nether Maiden walked over to the woman who was full of resentment. She's that hall master who suffered a blood sentence, and she's our fourth sister, Resentment Maiden. Yan Yi's mind was filled with questions. Isn't she dead? Nether Maiden shook her head. She didn't die. We used a special method to protect her, Yan Yi said. I'm still quite confused. Based on the strength all of you possessed, the Alliance of Guardians wouldn't have been able to harm you at all. But you were forced into such a situation all those years ago, Nether Maiden replied. We did it on purpose, Yan Yi asked. Why? Nether Maiden glanced at Resentment Maiden, and the latter nodded slightly before Nether Maiden continued. Fourth sister possesses the Heaven's envy physique, so she lived a life of being punished by the heavens. There's something absolutely terrifying about this physique, and it's that even if she dies, it'll follow her to her next life. So, she's bound by misfortune for lifetimes and targeted by the Heaven Tao for lifetimes. However, once 10 lifetimes pass, her physique will undergo a transformation. Yan Yi frowned. A transformation? Nether Maiden nodded. Once 10 lifetimes are over, the Heaven Tao won't just cease to target her, she'll even gain control over the energy of misfortune. Nether Maiden paused for a moment at this point and continued. The energy of misfortune. Let me explain it like this. If fourth sister were to use it against you, then you'll suffer absolute misfortune from now on. Moreover, regardless of where you go, the eye of the Heaven Tao will immediately descend upon you if your aura is exposed in the slightest, and it'll stop at nothing to kill you. Yan Yi was visibly moved. The energy of misfortune. Absolute misfortune and even being pursued to death by the eye of the Heaven Tao. Just thinking about it was quite terrifying. Even though the eye of the Heaven Tao targeted him as well, it was under the circumstances that he killed others. But once he was affected by the energy of misfortune, then he didn't even have to kill because just exposing his aura would make the eye of the Heaven Tao come looking for him. In other words, Resentment Maiden could use the eye of the Heaven Tao and make it her ally. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden added, Understand? After the 10th lifetime passes, fourth sister is able to forcefully extract the energy of misfortune within her and control it. Of course, experiencing 10 lifetimes isn't the only requirement to control the energy of misfortune. For the sake of taking control of the energy of misfortune, fourth sister didn't hesitate to enter the cycle of reincarnation for 10 lifetimes, and she suffered the most painful torture in the world throughout every lifetime of hers. Nether Maiden fell silent when she spoke up to this point. The pig-riding young woman lowered her head slightly and remained silent. Meanwhile, Resentment Maiden shook her head slightly. There's no need to be sad about that. If I had resolved to enter the cycle of reincarnation earlier, That wouldn't have happened to eldest sister and second sister. Yang Yi asked. Then why was she like that just now? Resentment Maiden was in the form of a face earlier, and she seemed to not recognize Nether Maiden and the others. Resentment Maiden suddenly said, Tell the little fellow everything. Little fellow. Yan Yi's face was quite dark. Nether Maiden nodded. Fourth sister's consciousness was in battle with the energy of misfortune, so she wasn't conscious at all. She was being controlled by her negative emotions just now. We didn't dare to let her leave because we were afraid that she would go to a medium world. After all, once she entered a medium world, the eye of the heaven Tao would appear. Once the eye of the heaven Tao of a medium world appears, then the suffering she endured for the last 10 lifetimes of hers would be wasted. So that's why. Yang Yi finally came to an understanding when he heard her. Simply speaking, Resentment Maiden's death had been done on purpose, and the reason they'd gathered in the radiant dimension was to wait for Resentment Maiden to come back to life. Yang Yi asked, Then what about those fellows from the large world? Their expressions instantly turned cold when they heard Yang Yi. Nether Maiden spoke in a low voice. They naturally don't want fourth sister to take control of the energy of misfortune. So, they started to act against us a while back. However, because of the restrictions of the Supreme Heaven Tao, they weren't able to send true experts down here, nor did they dare to do so. After all, they wouldn't dare to face third sister once they descend here and suffer a huge decline in their cultivations. The pig-riding young woman said, Our current strength really is insufficient to fight them in the large world, but if they come down here and have their cultivations restrained, then they might perish. They dare not take such a gamble. So, they had no choice but to play such tricks. Actually, it was all thanks to you. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden said, We misjudged our strength a little. We thought just Boundary Maiden and Ice Maiden would be able to suppress fourth sister, but we far underestimated her ability. So, she was almost able to escape. Once that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. The consequences would have been unimaginable if you weren't able to stop all those fellows. All of them gazed at Yang Yi. While they didn't speak, there was a trace of acknowledgement in their eyes. Actually, they'd helped Yang Yi previously because of Nether Maiden. Because he was friends with her, they gave her face and helped him while he was in the radiant dimension. Yet now, they truly acknowledged him and treated him as one of their own. Because if it wasn't for Yang Yi, they would have been in huge trouble. Of course, the main reason was they felt that Yang Yi was a really good friend. After all, he hadn't chosen to leave under such circumstances, and it proved that Nether Maiden hadn't misjudged him. Actually, they didn't have a good impression of Yang Yi because they were afraid that Nether Maiden was a bad judge of character. But now it would seem like Yang Yi was quite a good guy. Yang Yi smiled. We're all friends, so there's no need for that. He wasn't being polite because Nether Maiden was a friend that had gone through life and death with. Moreover, the Nether Pavilion had helped him in the past. It wasn't just on Radiant Dimension, had even received help on Dark Hell Continent. So, if the Nether Pavilion was in trouble, he would absolutely not stand by idly. Nether Maiden glanced at him and remained silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and said, The Nether Pavilion has 10 halls, and that Shadow Maiden. He still remembered how had killed a Shadow Maiden in the Radiant Dimension. All of them gazed at Yang Yi when they heard this. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. I. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden said, She wasn't the real Shadow Maiden. Yang Yi was astounded. She wasn't? Nether Maiden nodded. If it was the true Shadow Maiden, you wouldn't have been able to kill her. Would thought she was the real Shadow Maiden, so Would sent our forces to look for her in Pine Prefecture. But later on, we realized that she was just someone who'd comprehended the laws of darkness like Shadow Maiden. She glanced at Yang Yi and continued, If she was the real Shadow Maiden, you wouldn't have just been unable to kill her, you might have been in danger instead. Really? Yang Yi continued, The laws of darkness aren't that strong. He wasn't lying because his laws of darkness were quite useless right now. Especially when he was up against Voiders. Nether Maiden shook her head and said, Shadow Maiden doesn't just possess the laws of darkness. In short, if you have the chance to meet her, you'll understand. Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at them and said, Blind Maiden, Resentment Maiden, Boundary Maiden, Shadow Maiden, Oblivion Maiden, Nether Maiden, Ice Maiden, Light Maiden, and that fellow who rides a pig. If your eldest sister and second sister are included, then, if I didn't make a mistake in my calculation, aren't there more than 10 of you? Had heard from Nether Maiden that the Nether Pavilion only had 10 halls and 10 hall masters. Yet now, there was an extra one. Nether Maiden and the others gazed at the pig-riding young woman, and then the latter spoke indifferently. I'm not from the Nether Pavilion. Nether Maiden said. She's second sister's younger sister. She survived all those years ago, so she has been following us ever since. So that's why. Yang Yi nodded. I understand everything now. I have no further questions. All of you are from the large world. Meanwhile, the old man in linen robes spoke abruptly. If he could, he naturally wanted to leave. But not to mention leaving, he couldn't even move right now. Resentment Maiden shot a glance at him. She didn't say a word and just waved her hand lightly, and then a ray of red light swept out and obliterated the old man. Yang Yi was visibly moved. She's really strong and absolutely not inferior to Jiansu. Perhaps she's only slightly inferior to Blind Maiden. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden said, We're leaving. Yang Yi immediately asked, Where to? To look for our eldest sister and second sister. Nether Maiden continued, Boundary Maiden has found Shadow Maiden, so only our second sister and eldest sister are left. We can return to the large world once we find them. They are going to return to the large world. Yang Yi was shocked. He naturally didn't think that they were heading back there to enjoy the scenery. He didn't know what exactly had occurred in the past, but he knew that a storm of blood would definitely sweep through the large world once they returned. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared in the sky above the radiant dimension. Of course, it was very weak in Resentment Maiden's eyes. It didn't take long for a man to appear before them. The man glanced through the surroundings, and his gaze locked onto Yang Yi in the end. You're that fellow Yang Yi, right? Lian Suya wasn't lying, you really are heavily injured. These women by your side are probably those women from the Nether Pavilion, right? Nice, I can get all of you in one fell swoop. A few dozen permits. Ha! He seemed to have noticed something at this point, and his voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 1395 Fulfilling a Promise. The man's gaze had descended onto Resentment Maiden, and it didn't take long for him to turn ghastly pale. He was just about to speak when she suddenly waved her hand, and then a wave of dark red light swept forward before the man was obliterated. Yang Yi shook his head. If the man had arrived a little earlier, he might have had the chance to take Yang Yi's head. Yet now, wasn't he just giving his life away? After she obliterated the man, Resentment Maiden gazed at Yang Yi and flicked a shiny stone to Yang Yi. A little surprise flashed through the others' eyes when they saw the stone, and there was a trace of envy in their eyes as well. It was especially so for the pig-riding young woman. Her eyes were glowing, and it seemed like she wanted to take it from Yang Yi. Yang Yi was puzzled. What's this? The World-Mend Stone! Resentment Maiden continued. I'll spare you the details about its origins. You just have to know that once you refine and absorb it, it's equivalent to possessing a second Dantian. Because it has a pocket of space within it, and it can store profound energy. If you keep it filled, then it can be your second Dantian to provide you profound energy when you really need it. Yang Yi was visibly moved when he heard this. He immediately took the stone in both hands and seemed as if he was afraid someone would take it from him. It was a treasure. A huge treasure. It was even more precious than an origin rank treasure. The volume of profound energy he could store was already much greater than others in the same realm of cultivation. But he was still only able to execute the true form of Heavenren twice. Because it really consumed too much profound energy. Yet now, he could execute the true form of Heavenren 2 more times with the World-Mend Stone. 4 Heavenrens. Coupled with the stellar energy he could absorb via the stellar ward technique, he could execute around 7 Heavenrens in the future. Moreover, it would definitely be able to save his life at a critical moment, because his profound energy had dried up in many of his battles. So, he couldn't repair his body swiftly. Just like this very moment, he was relying on the stellar ward technique to keep himself standing. If he had the Worldmen's Stone, he wouldn't have to do that at all, because he would have extra profound energy, so he could use it to repair his body while he fought. So, the Worldmen's Stone was absolutely useful to Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden suddenly spoke. "That's Fourth Sister's treasure!" Yang Yi put the Worldmen's Stone away before he gazed at Resentment Maiden, and he said, "Thank you, Fourth Sister." Resentment Maiden was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to address her as Fourth Sister, just as Nether Maiden and the others did. She was slightly unaccustomed to it, but it didn't take long for her to return to normal. She nodded and said, "You helped us today, so the experts of the large world probably hold a grudge against you. Be careful when you head there in the future." Yang Yi nodded. "I will." He would naturally not dare to underestimate the experts of the large world. However, he didn't really fear them either. In any case, they didn't dare to come down here. But if he went to the large world in the future, then he really had to be a little careful. Resentment Maiden nodded slightly, and then she gazed at Nether Maiden and the others. "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed and vanished into the sky. It didn't take long for Light Maiden, Oblivion Maiden, and the others to follow her. Only Nether Maiden and the pig-riding young woman remained here. The pig-riding young woman walked over to Yang Yi's side and patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you for just now." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shot up and vanished in the sky. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden suddenly said, "They wanted to kill you in the past." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Nether Maiden smiled. "They were afraid that you would take advantage of me." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Nether Maiden restrained her smile and said, "We're leaving. I wonder if we'll have another chance to meet." Yang Yi asked. "You'll be heading to the large world, right?" Nether Maiden nodded. "Definitely." Yang Yi nodded and smiled. "They'll definitely be heading there too. So we'll meet again, right?" She gazed at him for a long time before she said, "See you there." Her figure vanished into the sky once she finished speaking. "See you there." Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he turned around and vanished on the spot. White Deer Academy. Once he returned to his room in the academy, Yang Yi immediately went to the cultivation room on the 3rd level. As soon as he entered it, his figure collapsed to the ground. After that, the scales on his body vanished rapidly. Once the scales vanished, threads of blood instantly started seeping out of him because his body was all cracked open. Xiaoyushi was shocked by this scene, and she hurriedly grabbed Yang Yi's hand and spoke in a trembling voice. Are you all right?" Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. "I'm fine. Don't worry." He really was fine. Even though his body had cracked apart, they were just external injuries. His internal organs hadn't suffered any injuries under the protection of the stellar ward technique. However, his physical strength was severely overexhausted. Exhaustion. That was the state he was currently in. Yang Yi withdrew some divine crystals and started swallowing them like a madman. Spirit energy surged into him before being completely absorbed by the primordial pagoda, and then threads of violet energy flowed out from within it. As soon as the violet energy appeared within him, they were fully absorbed by his body, and his body gradually recovered under the effects of the primordial violet energy. Xiaoyushi gradually relaxed when she saw his injuries recovering, and a wisp of pain flashed through her eyes as she gazed at him. Yang Yi's life was too exhausting. Since she had known him, had been fighting and charging forward throughout his life. His footsteps were very swift and practically never stopped. She understood that it wasn't wrong as he was a man. If a man didn't fight and charge forward, how would he protect his family? But Yang Yi's life was too exhausting. He carried too much on his shoulders. Time trickled by. Yang Yi's body recovered rapidly under the effects of the primordial violet energy, and it took less than a day for him to recover completely. Once his body recovered, Yang Yi started refining the Worldmen's Stone. He didn't encounter any problems during the process, and it didn't take long for it to be completely refined and absorbed. A link was formed between it and his mind, and it resided by the primordial pagoda's side once it was fully refined and absorbed. A second Dantian. Now that he had the Worldmen's Stone, he didn't have to worry so much about his profound energy. He left the primordial pagoda with Xiao Yushi once everything was done. In the sky above White Deer Dimension. At this moment, White Deer Academy seemed exceptionally quiet because Xiao Bieli and the others had left. Xiao Yushi's gaze descended onto White Deer City, which was filled with ordinary cultivators. What about the ordinary people here? Yang Yi replied. The Alliance of Guardians won't act against them. Conversely, if we stay here, then they would truly be in danger. Actually, it can also be considered as an opportunity for them. Xiao Yushi was puzzled. An opportunity? Yang Yi nodded. Most of the powers in the Radiant Dimension have been destroyed by me. Presently, the Radiant Dimension is just waiting to be rebuilt. If it wasn't for the Alliance of Guardians, I would have been willing to develop my Sword Alliance here. However, this is part of the Alliance of Guardians territory, so staying here will only bring harm to them. Moreover, I have an even more important matter to attend to, so I can't pay any attention to the Radiant Dimension. Xiao Yushi nodded lightly. Where are we going now? To see someone before we leave the Radiant Dimension. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi took Xiao Yushi's hand and vanished on the spot. Ocean of Clouds Merchant Group. Yang Yi brought Xiao Yushi to the Ocean of Clouds Merchant Group. He was here to see Bai Xiangyao, of course. She'd taken a huge risk to lend him the Imperial Cloud Shuttle all those years ago, so he naturally couldn't forget that debt he owed her. Moreover, She'd even helped him on many occasions. So, he was here to repay the favor. In the hall, Bai Xianjiao's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and there was a trace of complicated emotions in her eyes as she gazed at him. Yang Yi had grown too quickly. Just a few years ago, had been pursued all over the Radiant Dimension. Yet now, as soon as he returned, had swept through all the powers of the Radiant Dimension with matchless strength. He grew too quickly. Yang Yi smiled. Miss Bai, long time no see. He was quite grateful to her. He was grateful for all the help she'd given him, and he would never forget it. Bai Xianjiao's gaze paused on Xiao Yushi for a moment, and then she smiled. It has only been a few years since we last saw each other, yet you've already grown to such an extent. It's really quite a blow to my confidence. Yang Yi smiled, waved his right hand, and then a spatial ring appeared before Bai Xiangyao. Bai Xiangyao glanced at Yang Yi, took the spatial ring, and then gave its contents a glance. After that, she looked up at Yang Yi and spoke with surprise. Imperial Cloud Shuttles? Yang Yi nodded. Within the spatial ring were the 2 Imperial Cloud Shuttles had obtained within the ruins on Dark Hell Continent. He had the Void Cloud Shuttle now, so he naturally had no use for the Imperial Cloud Shuttles. Bai Xiangyao said, These aren't ordinary Imperial Cloud Shuttles. They are much better than the one I lent you all those years ago. Yang Yi smiled. I borrowed one from you, but because of certain reasons I hadn't been able to return it to you in a timely manner. I'm truly sorry about that, so treat those 2 Imperial Cloud Shuttles as my apology. Bai Xiangyao pondered deeply for a few breaths of time, and then she nodded and took the spatial ring. She was very well aware that based on Yang Yi's current strength, the Imperial Cloud Shuttles were of no use to him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, Miss Bai, I own a medium world in Dark Hell Stellar region. The restrictions there have just been removed, so it has just started to recover. Are you interested in opening up a branch there? It was impossible to bring prosperity to Dark Hell Continent if he relied solely on the Sword Alliance's development. He had to draw over even more people to Dark Hell Continent. It was best if he could transform it into a place like Stellar City. After all, it was obvious how terrifying the yearly income of Stellar City was. A medium world? Bai Xiangyao was surprised. You have a medium world? Yang Yi replied. I can't really be considered one right now. It can only be considered a small world for now, but ITLL recovers slowly. Bai Xiangyao took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then she said, I'm naturally willing to open a branch there. After all, it was an absolutely good thing for her, so she would naturally not refuse. Yang Yi nodded. But I have a condition. You have to represent your merchant group. If it's anyone else, tell them that if it isn't you, then there's no need to go there. Bai Xiangyao said. Thank you. After all, now that Yang Yi had said that, she was the only one in the merchant group who could expand their business there, so her status would naturally rise tremendously. Don't mention it! Yang Yi smiled. Once you arrive at Dark Hell Continent, you can look for the Sword Alliance's Yunban Qing if you need anything or need some help. Right, even if you have some private matters to resolve, you can come seek my help. I will definitely not refuse if it's within my ability. Bai Xiangyao smiled. Then you'll be my backing from now on. Yang Yi smiled and said, Miss Bai, see you on Dark Hell Continent. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer. He immediately took Xiao Yushi's hand and vanished from the hall. Meanwhile, Bai Xiangyao silently looked up at the sky outside the hall. In the sky, Xiao Yushi asked, Where are we going now? To fulfill a promise. Chapter 1396 I have to make it flashy. Now that he was done with his business in the radiant dimension, Yang Yi naturally intended to travel to Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. After all, Lady was still waiting for him. However, he didn't go there directly, and he came to Stellar City first. How powerful was Clouds of Heaven's stellar region? Yet it was still being pushed back repeatedly before Celestial Demon's stellar region. So, it was utterly pointless to head there rashly. After all, his goal was to help Clouds of Heaven's stellar region and not just Lady. If his goal was just to help Lady, then with the strength she possessed, could anyone stop her from going anywhere else in the world? So, he had to prepare. Stellar City. Leaf and Cloud. Leaf and Cloud was a small store that Yi Luyun had started in Stellar City. Because it had just started operating, it wasn't selling anything. In the hall, Yi Luyun's heart finally relaxed when she saw Yang Yi. Yang Yi was the Sword Alliance's backbone. If he was gone, then the Sword Alliance on Dark Hell Continent, and everything else in Stellar City would collapse. Even though Yang Yi had wives, he was gone. Su Qinshi and the other strengths were utterly insufficient to take control of the Sword Alliance. Moreover, they wouldn't dare to maintain control of it. Because if they tried to while not possessing sufficient strength, it would only bring calamity to them. So, nothing should ever happen to Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi's footsteps were too quick, and the Sword Alliance's development was extremely swift as well, there was a drawback. The drawback was instability. Yang Yi was the reason most people in the Sword Alliance stayed. They were gathered here because they thought highly of Yang Yi's future, and that was why they were willing to fight together. However, if he was gone, then many would leave. If they didn't have a leader with potential, then they would have no hope in the Sword Alliance. At that time, even Yi Luyun might leave. The Sword Alliance existed while Yang Yi existed. Yi Luyun restrained her thoughts, glanced at Xiao Yushi, and then gazed at Yang Yi and spoke softly. Is it done? Yang Yi nodded. I've resolved everything in the radiant dimension. Yi Luyun asked. You're heading to Clouds of Heaven's stellar region now? Yang Yi shook his head. I've decided against that for now. Yi Luyun asked. You intend to attack the Alliance of Guardians headquarters? Yang Yi glanced at her with a trace of surprise in his eyes. How did you know? Yi Luyun pondered deeply for a moment and replied. I've been gathering information on Skyriver Stellar Region, Celestial Demon Stellar Region, and Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region since you left. Celestial Demon Stellar Region is the strongest amongst them. It's a 3-star stellar region. Skyriver Stellar Region is a 1-star stellar region. As for Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, it was once a 3-star stellar region as well. Yet now, they only have control over a few worlds, so they can't even be considered a 2-star stellar region. Once Yi Luyun finished speaking, Yang Yi asked, 1 star? 3 stars? What's that? Yi Luyun explained. All the stellar regions beneath besides the large world itself are ranked by 1 to 4 stars. 4 stars are the greatest, and they belong to the stellar regions who have a chance of charging into the large world. Conversely, 1 star is the lowest. For example, Skyriver stellar region only possesses over a dozen worlds, and it doesn't have many deities as well. Yanyi asks, how many stars does our dark hell stellar region possess? Yi Luyan glanced at him and spoke flatly. Not even 1. It's beneath the rankings. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Yi Luyan continued. We don't have deities, and we have just 1 world. Even though it was once a medium world, it's no different to a small world right now. She paused for a moment and continued. We have a long way ahead of us. Yang Yi nodded and said, there's no rush. Let's take it slow. Go on. Yi Luyan continued. Actually, clouds of heaven stellar region should have vanished a long time ago. However, it has been able to hold on for so long because of that woman, Zhuang Weiran. She's an extraordinary genius with absolutely terrifying strength. If she's given the time, then celestial demon stellar region would probably dare not attack clouds of heaven stellar region. Zhuang Weiran! Yang Yi clenched his fists. Obviously, she was enduring extremely heavy pressure right now. After all, she just had to agree, and Wildland's stellar region would lend her stellar region a hand. However, Lady hadn't. The consequence was that she had to shoulder the responsibility of fighting celestial demon stellar region. The lives of countless within her stellar region were carried on her shoulders. Yi Luyan added. Even though clouds of heaven's stellar region was pushed back repeatedly while she resisted persistently, it still existed. If you want to reduce her burden, then there's a way to do that quickly, and it's to launch a surprise attack on Skyriver stellar region's headquarters and force Skyriver stellar region to bring its forces back. So long as that happened, clouds of heaven's stellar region would be able to catch its breath a little. However, that will only be a temporary measure. Yang Yi asked, where's the Alliance of Guardians headquarters? Actually, Head wanted to head over there while he was in the Radiant Dimension. However, he didn't know where it was. Moreover, he couldn't travel through space over extended periods because it consumed too much profound energy. So, he had no choice but to return to Stellar City. Yi Luyan gazed at him for quite some time before she asked, are you really going? Yang Yi nodded. I have to. Yi Luyan remained silent for a short while, and then she said, Skyriver Continent, Skyriver City. That's where their headquarters resides. It was jointly formed by some independent cultivators and small worlds. It has around 5 deities, and my initial estimations put their semi-deities at around 15 or more. Besides that, it had at least 30 or 40 true voiders. 5 deities! Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. One had died earlier. In other words, they had 4 more deities. Besides that, their semi-deities couldn't be underestimated as well. After all, if he wanted to kill semi-deities, then he had to use the true form of Heavenrand. It was impossible for him to use the true form of Heavenrand on over a dozen semi-deities. Meanwhile, Yi Luyan added, your objective isn't the annihilate Skyriver stellar region, it's to force them to bring their experts back. So long as they retreat, you will have accomplished your goal. Understand? Yang Yi nodded and said, I understand. It was definitely impossible for him to annihilate Skyriver stellar region on his own. All he could do was force them to retreat and reduce the pressure that Lady endured. Meanwhile, Yi Luyan spoke with an extremely serious expression on her face. Remember that you must retreat once they bring their forces back. Otherwise, you might be besieged by numerous deities. Yang Yi smiled. Don't worry, I won't do something stupid like fighting a few deities. Even though he was confident, he wasn't confident to the point of thinking he could fight 4 deities on his own. Not to mention the 4 deities, he would have to flee even if those semi-deities swarmed him. Yi Luyan spoke solemnly. You must realize that you are linked to the fate of numerous people. Many will die if something happens to you. That makes me feel even more pressure. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Looks like I absolutely can't die. Yi Luyan glanced at him and said, actually, I'm quite curious. You sword cultivators stress upon being unrestrained and having a free heart that's without any shackles. But you carry so much on your shoulders. Logically speaking, it's impossible for your attainments in the sword Tao to be so outstanding. But it just so happens that it's extremely formidable, and it isn't inferior to Jian Wuji at all. Yang Yi replied. Actually, what you just said is absolutely right, and many sword cultivators are without restraint. Since there are no shackles on their hearts, they can focus on the sword, and so their attainments in the sword Tao are extremely formidable. However, I'm unlike them. You have to realize that the reason I cultivate the sword is so that I can protect my loved ones, and it isn't for the sake of pursuing the so-called limits of the sword Tao. In my opinion, the sword is a weapon to kill, and a weapon to protect my loved ones. The reason I cultivate it bitterly is to protect my loved ones, and it isn't purely for the sake of the sword Tao. Understand? Yi Luyun fell silent. Yang Yi continued. In my opinion, my wives, my child, and all of you who follow me aren't shackles but motivation. The reason I continuously work hard on becoming strong is because I want to protect all of you. All of you are my motivation to grow stronger without end. A wisp of tender affection flashed through Xiao Yushi's eyes when she heard him, and then she held his hand tightly. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun suddenly said, Then what about yourself? Have you never thought about yourself? Like authority, women, or eternal life? Yang Yi was stunned because he really didn't pursue anything for himself. Authority? Women? Authority was no different to trash in his eyes. Even if he was allowed to be the Yang clan's patriarch, he wouldn't be interested. Women? He did pursue that a little, but he was really content with what he had. Because he had Su Qinshi, Xiao Yushi, and the others. As for eternal life? Actually, he didn't care about eternal life. All he wanted was to just live a peaceful and comfortable life with Su Qinshi, Xiao Yushi, and the others. The longer one lived, the easier it was for problems to arise. A short while passed before Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. He took Xiao Yushi's hand and said, Actually, so long as the people I care about are alright, then everything is alright. Let's not talk about these things that are just a waste of time. I'm going to Sky River Stellar Region now. Luyun, I'll leave everything here to you. Take care of your own safety and keep an eye on the situation between Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region and Celestial Demon Stellar Region at all times. Immediately send me a voice transmission if there's anything urgent. Yi Luyun spoke softly. Be careful. Yang Yi nodded, and then he vanished on the spot with Xiao Yushi. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun remained silent for a long time, and then she spoke softly. Protecting. Actually, you're the same as Jian Wuji. Even though yours is selfish, being selfish is the best. Yang Yi didn't waste time and immediately used the teleportation formations in Stellar City to teleport himself to Sky River Continent. There was a defensive formation in the sky above Sky River Continent, and it was guarded as well. However, the guards weren't able to notice Yang Yi while he was enveloped beneath his sword domain, so he was able to arrive at Sky River City. Sky River City was the Alliance of Guardians' headquarters. The sword spirit stood by Yang Yi's side and asked, Are you going to carry out assassinations? Yang Yi gazed at the city for a short while before he shook his head and said, That would be too subtle. I have to make it flashy. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at the sword spirit. The sword spirit gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then she nodded and transformed into the sword precursor that entered the ancient sheath. Yang Yi grabbed the sword precursor's hilt tightly with his right hand. A wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of his mouth while he gazed at Sky River City, and then he suddenly drew his sword and swung it in the city's direction. 1. Leaf is the Yi in Yang Yi, cloud is the Yun in Yi Luyun. Chapter 1397 Slaughter. OM. A sharp and ear-piercing sword howl suddenly resounded through Sky River Continent, and then a snow-white beam of sword energy shot out from Yang Yi's ancient sheath. It shot forward like a bolt of lightning towards Sky River City. Everywhere it passed, space was instantly sliced open. At the same time, the space in an area of around 1 kilometer in its vicinity collapsed inch by inch, creating a huge spatial rift that extended from Yang Yi towards Sky River City. At the moment the sword howl resounded, everyone within Sky River City was horrified. As for the experts on the city walls, their souls almost left their bodies when they saw Yang Yi's sword energy. Yang Yi watched as the sword energy entered Sky River City, and then it was instantly split into two. Bang! A loud explosion resounded from afar, and it was accompanied by countless shrill cries. They didn't have the chance to flee, and many hadn't even been able to react. It appeared too abruptly and too swiftly. Even the defensive formation around Sky River City hadn't been able to react in time before the sword energy sliced the city into two. Yang Yi's face was cold and indifferent as he gazed at the distant city which had been split into two. There was naturally a reason why Head made such a flashy show of strength. Lady was definitely under immense pressure. So, he wanted to use actions to tell the world and Lady that she wasn't fighting alone. So, he had to try his best to draw attention. The more attention he drew, the lesser the pressure Lady endured would be. Because both the experts of Sky River Stellar Region and Celestial Demon Stellar Region would definitely send some of their forces to deal with him. Who did this? Suddenly, a furious howl resounded from Sky River City, and then over a dozen formidable auras shot up into the air and charged in Yang Yi's direction. All of them were semi-deities. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he sheathed his sword while his profound energy circulated madly. It didn't take long for 13 old men to appear in front of Yang Yi. The white-haired old man who led the group was stunned when he saw Yang Yi's appearance. He hadn't expected that the person who launched this sudden attack on Sky River City would be so young. But it didn't take long for ferocity to cover his face. Who are you? Why have you attacked my alliance of guardians? Lem. A sword howl suddenly interrupted the old man, and then a strand of sword energy flashed out from the ancient sheath and carried an aura of absolute destruction as it shot towards the old man. The old man's pupils constricted at the sight of it. He wanted to fight back or flee, but it was too late. Because he was too close to Yang Yi, and Yang Yi had immediately drawn his sword without saying a word. So, the old man hadn't put up his guard at all, and he could only watch as the sword energy struck his body. Hiss! The sword energy flashed by, and then the old man's figure was instantly obliterated. At the same time, the powerful wave of force created by the sword energy blasted all the others around 3 kilometers away. All of them were shocked. However, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He just drew his sword and swung it again. A beam of sword energy flashed, and then another old man was instantly obliterated. However, Yang Yi didn't stop there. He sheathed his sword again and drew it swiftly, and then another old man vanished on the spot. In an instant, 3 semi-deities had been killed, and the remaining 10 were stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi sheathed his sword once more. All 10 old men were horrified by the sight of this. At this moment, they didn't hesitate to turn around and vanish on the spot. They didn't fight. Why? Because they were completely horrified right now. Semi-deities, those that had died were semi-deities. However, they hadn't even been able to react before Yang Yi killed 3 of them. At this moment, all of them felt that they couldn't resist Yang Yi. Actually, they were utterly horrified. They couldn't be blamed for that. As semi-deities, their mental strength and courage were definitely outstanding. But the problem was that Yang Yi was too terrifying. He hadn't said a word before instantly killing 3 semi-deities. Had killed them in an instant. He hadn't fought them, one by one, in battle. Had just swung his sword 3 times and killed 2 semi-deities, and those semi-deities probably didn't even know how they'd died. Actually, they felt that Yang Yi was definitely a deity. Only a true deity was capable of killing semi-deities like they were just helpless chicks. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth when he saw them flee. He didn't chase after them and just vanished on the spot. For attacks. Had drawn his sword 4 times just now, and the profound energy within his body and the world-length stone had been completely exhausted. If the 10 remaining semi-deities had disregarded their safety and attacked him, then he would have no choice but to utilize the stellar ward technique. Moreover, even if he did that, he would be in a very bad situation. because absorbing stellar energy would only allow him to draw his sword 3 more times. But they had 10 experts on their side. Unfortunately, they hadn't dared to stay and fight him. Actually, this was the reason why Yang Yi hadn't said anything and just killed 3 of them. Had done so to give others the misconception that he was matchless and impossible to defeat. Had succeeded. His actions of killing 3 semi-deities in succession had made their mental defenses collapse, and they didn't even have the courage to fight him. So, he had the opportunity to catch his breath. Yang Yi didn't flee after he left. He just used his sword domain to conceal himself and entered Sky River City. Of course, had changed his clothes. His green clothes had been changed into a white robe, and his sword had been exchanged for a folding fan. He seemed like a rich young master. At this moment, Sky River City was filled with howls of sorrow. Countless people were crying with fear and fleeing madly. Because everyone felt that a deity had launched a surprise attack on Sky River City. Yang Yi paid no attention to them, and he just entered a wrecked pavilion. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings before entering the primordial pagoda, and then he immediately went to the 3 level. After that, he withdrew divine crystals and started absorbing them. The effects of the 3 level were truly heaven-defying to the extreme. For example, if he were to repair his body and fill both his body and the world-men's stone's reserves of profound energy, then it would take at least 2 or 3 days in the outside world. It took the same time in the 3 level of the primordial pagoda, but 2 or 3 days here was only equivalent to around 2 to 4 hours in the outside world. Regardless of whether it was used to cultivate or for other purposes, the 3 level of the primordial pagoda was extremely terrifying. Actually, Yang Yi really looked forward to the 4th level. Every single level of the primordial pagoda had given him a huge pleasant surprise. So, what surprise would the 4th level bring him? Moreover, he hadn't forgotten what the divine Yin Flame had said. He should go see it once he could access the 4th level. The divine Yin Flame had definitely not told him that because it wanted to chat with him. Perhaps it would submit to him and protect him once he could access the 4th level. If the divine Yin Flame is willing to submit to me. Just thinking about that made Yang Yi excited. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and started to absorb the energy within the divine crystals. Time passed slowly. 2 days later, Yang Yi opened his eyes and had recovered to his peak state. Yang Yi glanced at Xiao Yushi. At this moment, she was looking at him too. He grinned, walked over to her, wrapped his arms around her waist, and kissed her softly on the lips before he said, "Don't worry. If I want to flee, then even deities wouldn't be able to catch me." Xiao Yushi spoke softly. "Be careful." Yang Yi nodded, and then he vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi left, Xiao Yushi remained silent for a long time before she spoke softly. "I'll work hard on my cultivation." Sky River City. At this moment, the city was still in a mess. Actually, the chaos wasn't entirely Yang Yi's fault, and it was because many within the city had taken advantage of this situation to seek personal gain. Once Yang Yi slashed the city into 2, order had started to vanish within the city because everyone was busy taking care of themselves. So, at this moment, some had started to arouse malicious thoughts and took advantage of the situation. So, fighting and killing for treasures was going on throughout the city. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then suddenly stretched out his hand. A man instantly appeared within his grasp. The man was horrified and was about to speak when Yang Yi spoke first. "Where are the experts of the Alliance?" He couldn't sweep the city with his divine sense. Because they would notice it. He wanted to take them by surprise. The man was clearly terrified, and he even stuttered. At the city governor's estate?" Yang Yi asked. "Which way?" The man raised his trembling hand and pointed to the side. Yang Yi nodded, released the man, and then vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, cold sweat was flowing from the man. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and then his pupils constricted. Was he the one who slashed the city into 2? Yang Yi didn't waste any time and shot rapidly towards the city governor's estate. Of course, he didn't travel there openly. He made a show of strength when needed, but he knew when to keep a low profile. After all, keeping a low profile now made it easier for him to accomplish his goal. Yang Yi stood before a wall as he looked up at a huge palace in the distance. It was extremely large and luxurious, and there were numerous obscure and powerful auras within it. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant before the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. There was a sword in it, the sword precursor. A wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth as he gazed at the distant palace, and then he didn't hesitate to grab the sword's hilt with his right hand and draw it. Wham! A sword howl suddenly resounded through Sky River City, and the countenance of everyone within the city instantly turned ghastly pale. It's here again! Bang! The palace shattered before Yang Yi, and then countless shrill cries instantly resounded. Yang Yi sheathed his sword, and then vanished on the spot. Around 5 breaths of time later, another sword howl resounded through the city. After that, a beam of sword energy descended from the sky, and it shot down like a bolt of lightning that was striking down upon Sky River City. Chapter 1398 Doomsday. Chapter 1398 Doomsday. The sword energy shot into the city. Bang! The shattered remains of Sky River City were instantly blasted into bits. Cries of shock and misery resounded incessantly throughout the city. The lucky survivors fled madly towards the surroundings because no one dared to stay in the city now. Yang Yi watched coldly from high above, and there was no pity in his eyes. Feeling pity for one's enemies was foolish. His plan was to cause the greatest commotion as possible, try his best to make the Alliance of Guardians call back its forces from Clouds of Heaven's stellar region, try his best to draw the attention of Celestial Demon's stellar region and Sky River stellar region, and try his best to alleviate the pressure Lady was enduring. The best way to do that was what he was doing right now. Even their base of operations had been destroyed, so he refused to believe that the experts from the Alliance of Guardians could still remain calm and composed. Of course, it didn't matter if they really refused to return. In any case, there were no deities in Sky River stellar region, so he could kill as he pleased. A wisp of ruthlessness curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth as he looked down below, and then he sheathed his sword. At the same time, the profound energy within the world-meant stone started to circulate madly. Rumble! Meanwhile, 10 auras shot up into the air from the ruins of Sky River City. It didn't take long for 10 old men to appear where Yang Yi had been standing. At this moment, Yang Yi was gone. The black-robed man who led the group spoke ferociously. Who is that? Why is he targeting our Alliance of Guardians? Meanwhile, a gray-robed old man by his side spoke solemnly. It should be Yang Yi. Yang Yi! All of them gazed at the gray-robed old man, and then they seemed to have thought of something, causing their expressions to become extremely unsightly. That name was naturally not unfamiliar to them. It belonged to someone that the Alliance of Guardians had unanimously agreed to eliminate. Because Yang Yi's strength was too terrifying. The largest reason was Yang Yi's natural talent and potential. In just less than 2 years, Yang Yi had grown to the point of being able to kill semi-deities. If he attained the Void Realm, would he be able to kill deities like they were just helpless sheep? So, the only deity left in Sky River stellar region had decided to head to the Radiant Dimension. Logically speaking, since a deity had gone to deal with Yang Yi, it should have been accomplished with ease. But they still hadn't seen that deity until now. However, they weren't worried because it was truly quite difficult to kill a deity. Yet now Yang Yi was here. But there had been no news from that deity. All of them had thought of a certain possibility, so their faces had instantly turned pale. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man spoke in a low voice. Don't scare yourselves. Yang Yi is an extraordinary genius, but it's impossible for him to kill a deity. Someone definitely helped him. All of them fell silent. They would have believed the gray-robed old man if he said all of that a while ago, yet now. Yang Yi had instantly annihilated 3 semi-deities just now. 3 semi-deities in an instant. Such strength was something only a true deity possessed. In other words, Yang Yi's strength was already comparable to a deity. A few moments of silence ensued, and then a white-robed old man spoke solemnly. Immediately notice Eldritch Sung's group. That's not advisable, right? Meanwhile, one of the old men said, the battle on clouds of heaven's stellar region is at its peak. It won't take long for it to be completely conquered. At that time, our territory will double at the very least. If we retreat now, we might be unable to gain any new territories once celestial demon stellar region conquers clouds of heaven's stellar region. All of them fell silent. Clouds of heaven's stellar region was about to fall, and if nothing unexpected happened, it would definitely be crushed. If they retreated now, it would be equivalent to giving everything away to celestial demon stellar region. That would harm all their interests, and it would be a huge loss for all of them. Meanwhile, one of the old men spoke in a low voice. We have 4 deities there, so we can bring one back. A deity and us should be sufficient to deal with Yang Yi. All of them hurriedly nodded because it was a good solution. An old man immediately withdrew a violet transmission talisman and crushed it, and it didn't take long for the space in front of them to tremble before returning to normal a few breaths of time later. The gray-robed old man spoke solemnly. From this moment onward, we have to be absolutely careful and be vigilant at all times. Moreover, we can't split up. Once we split up and give him an opportunity, then we... Suddenly, the space around 30 m before them rippled, and then a beam of sword energy swept out from there. It was so swift that they hadn't even been able to react before one of the old men stiffened on the spot. It didn't take long for the old man's figure to become ethereal and vanish on the spot. All of them were horrified. This time, their reaction wasn't slow, and they immediately slapped their palms at the expanse of space where the sword energy had come from. Bang! 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 In an instant, that expanse of space was obliterated. A short while later, it was completely repaired, but there was no sign of Yang Yi. All of them had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Yang Yi had killed another semi-deity in front of them, yet they hadn't even been able to catch sight of his shadow. That was absolutely terrifying. Actually, once they found out that it was Yang Yi, the fear they experienced had reduced quite a bit. Because so long as Yang Yi dared to show himself, they would definitely dare to fight him. After all, Yang Yi was just an emperor and not a deity. If they were terrified by an emperor to the point of being afraid to fight, then it would be an absolute humiliation for them, and they wouldn't be able to let themselves do that. Yet now, Yang Yi refused to show himself and fight them, and he was just launching surprise attacks. The most terrifying part was that Yang Yi's ability to conceal himself was too formidable. He was completely undetectable and killed with a single strike. Was he even a sword cultivator? No. He was like an assassin. A long while of silence ensued, and then the gray-robed old man spoke solemnly. Ask Eldritch Sung to send someone back as soon as possible. From this moment onwards, we'll join forces to fortify the space in an area of 300 m around us, and then we wait for our reinforcements to arrive. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 of them nodded and started fortifying the space around them. It didn't take long for the space around them to be strong like a fort. Now, it was impossible for anyone to enter this expanse of fortified space without them noticing. Moreover, once someone entered by force, they would sense it at the first possible moment. Time passed slowly, yet there was no movement in the surroundings. However, all 9 of them didn't dare act carelessly at all. Their minds were tense, and their eyes were filled with vigilance. Around 15 minutes later. Ah! Shrill cries suddenly started resounding in the ruins down below. All 9 of them were shocked. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man arrived before them and spoke in a trembling voice. Someone is assassinating our voiders! The voiders! Their expressions instantly turned gloomy when they heard this. The voiders were the middle-level force of a power, and they absolutely couldn't be overlooked. After all, once a war occurred, it was impossible for only deities to fight. Moreover, voiders could pose a threat to semi-deities. Because the gap between voiders and semi-deities wasn't that huge. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually act against the voiders. Even they couldn't resist him, let alone those voiders. One of the old men spoke in a low voice. What do we do now? Head down there. The gray-robed old man spoke in a low voice. If we don't, he'll annihilate all the voiders. Moreover, it'll bitterly disappoint all our subordinates. So, we must head down there. They nodded, and then she shot towards the ruins of Sky River City. However, Yan Yi was gone when they arrived there, and only corpses were left behind. There were voiders and emperors amongst the corpses, but most were voiders. One of the old men spoke in a low voice. He's too swift, and his ability to conceal his aura is too formidable. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded from 3 kilometers away. Their expressions changed, and then immediately shot over to the source of the shrill cry. At this moment, a corpse was lying there. The corpse of a voider. Meanwhile, another shrill cry resounded from over 5 kilometers away. They were about to rush over when the gray-robed old man suddenly said, There's no need to go there. It's too late. Notify all the voiders and emperors to converge with us. We must form a joint defense. They nodded, and then they hurriedly notified the emperors and voiders in the city. It didn't take long for all of them to converge with the gray-robed old man's group. At this moment, there were 9 semi-deities, 26 voiders that were made up of true and ordinary voiders, and over 300 emperors. They were all the experts of Sky River City. The gray-robed old man ordered in a low voice. Fortify the space around us! As soon as he finished speaking, all of them hurriedly did as he said. It didn't take long for the space around them to be solid as dark steel, but they still didn't dare relax and were fully vigilant. One of the old men by the gray-robed old man's side spoke in a low voice. Now what? Wait, the gray-robed old man said. Wait for a deity from our side to arrive. All of them nodded. Yan Yi was too terrifying, and only a deity could deal with Yan Yi. If they were to leave this place, then not to mention killing Yan Yi, they might not even be able to see him before they lost their lives. They had to wait. Wait until a deity arrived. Suddenly, someone cried out involuntarily with astonishment. Look there! They looked over towards the distance, and they saw a man in green clothes walking slowly towards them with a sword in his grasp. Yan Yi! Their expressions instantly changed. Yan Yi couldn't be said to be walking very quickly, but every single step he took seemed like it stomped down on their hearts, causing them to feel suffocated. It didn't take long for Yan Yi to grow closer and closer to them. Chapter 1399 An Overlapped Heavenrend. It didn't take long for Yan Yi to stop, and then he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically at the sight of this. Sky River City had been destroyed by just 2 swings of Yan Yi's sword, and he was about to draw his sword again. So, how could they not be afraid? How could they not be terrified? Suddenly, the gray-robed old man shouted coldly. Stay calm! His voice was like a thunderclap that shook their eardrums to the point sharp pain came from them. However, they did calm down quite a bit because of it. The gray-robed old man gazed at Yan Yi and spoke solemnly. You're Yan Yi, right? Yan Yi didn't speak. He started to walk towards the gray-robed old man's group. At the same time, a strand of terrifying sword intent slammed down upon them. The gray-robed old man was horrified and hurriedly said, Yan Yi, the deities of my Sky River stellar region are on the way here. You might be able to live if you leave right now. Otherwise, it'll soon be too late for you to leave. Deities? Yan Yi stopped, and then his sword intent surged back into him. The gray-robed old man heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Yan Yi was afraid of deities, and he hurriedly said, Of course, the deities of my Sky River stellar region are rushing back as we speak. Based on their speed, it'll take 2 hours at most for them to arrive. You can preserve your life if you leave right now. Otherwise, you'll die a graveless death once they arrive. Yan Yi spoke coldly. Are you trying to scare me? Scare you? The gray-robed old man spoke coldly. Yan Yi, if you don't believe me, then attack. We'll keep you here even if all of us have to die here today, and you'll die a graveless death once the experts of our alliance arrive." Yan Yi remained silent. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man continued. "Yan Yi, I admit that your strength is heaven-defying indeed, but can you fight a deity? Even if you can fight one, can you fight four? Can you resist the joint forces of 4 deities? If you don't want to die, then it's best if you leave right now." If he had a choice, he would hope that Yang Yi stayed. Because once the deity arrived, then Yang Yi would definitely die. However, he didn't dare to make Yang Yi stay. Because Yang Yi was too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue attacking them, then countless here would die before the deity could even get there. So, he had no choice but to scare Yang Yi away. Yang Yi seemed to have been scared by him. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for over a dozen breaths of time, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. All of them heaved sighs of relief at the sight of this. The gray-robed old man heaved a sigh of relief as well. Not to mention those semi-deities who'd lost their lives earlier, even he couldn't resist that attack of Yang Yi's. Now that Yang Yi had left, his tense nerves had finally relaxed. Had been constantly afraid that Yang Yi would draw his sword, so had been extremely tense just now. Fortunately, had succeeded at scaring Yang Yi away. The others here exchanged glances, and then they couldn't help but smile. It was a smile from surviving calamity. Because they thought Yang Yi had been scared away, they dispersed their energy, which was fortifying the space around them, causing it to return to normal. Something is off. Suddenly, the gray-robed old man frowned. Yang Yi is absolutely not that cowardly. He wouldn't just be scared away because of a few words. The old man seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes opened wide as he quickly shouted. "Yang Yi hasn't left! Quickly fortify the space around us." Wham! Suddenly, a sword howl interrupted the old man, and then a beam of sword energy flashed out from a distant point in space and entered their group. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then a semi-deity was obliterated. At the same time, the powerful aftershock of the collision blasted all the others around 10 kilometers away. Moreover, some emperors were even killed by the impact. Yang Yi hadn't left. All of them were horrified. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man's anxious voice resounded. "Stay calm! Stay calm and join forces!" Wham! Meanwhile, another beam of sword energy emerged from a point in space, and then another semi-deity vanished on the spot. This time, all of them weren't able to calm down no matter what. They started fleeing madly in all directions, and this even included some voiders. Yang Yi had killed semi-deities in an instant. Yang Yi had instantly killed 2 semi-deities right in front of their eyes. Just thinking about it caused a chill to run down their spines. At this moment, they just wanted to run as far away as they could and avoid that god of death. It didn't take long for only 7 semi-deities and some voiders to remain here. As for the emperors, they'd fled. At this moment, Yang Yi had vanished as well, and it was like had never even made an appearance here. The 7 semi-deities had horrifyingly gloomy expressions on their faces. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to come back and even kill 2 semi-deities in an instant. That attack was too strong, and it was so strong that even semi-deities couldn't resist it. The gray-robed old man spoke solemnly. "How long will it take for our reinforcements to arrive?" A short moment of silence ensued before an old man said, "An hour at most." The gray-robed old man frowned. "That long?" The old man who spoke earlier shook his head and said, "Clouds of Heaven stellar region is too far away from both our stellar region and stellar city. If we have the dimensional teleportation flags, then it would take around 10 minutes at most for them to get back here. However, it seems like it was Yang Yi who took them as well." "Yang Yi?" The gray-robed old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "He's an extraordinary genius. If he's allowed to grow, then our stellar region is finished." The others nodded when they heard him. Yang Yi's natural talent was too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue growing, then crushing the alliance of guardians would probably just take a few swings of his sword in the future. After all, Yang Yi was only an emperor right now, but he could kill semi-deities. Moreover, based on the heaven-defying strength he possessed, he was probably capable of fighting deities. Once he attained the void realm, even deities may not dare to fight him head-on. Meanwhile, one of the old men asked, "What do we do now?" "Wait." The gray-robed old man closed his eyes slowly. "We can do nothing but wait. If Yang Yi chose to fight them head-on, then they would actually not fear him. At the very least, they would dare to risk their lives and fight him. However, the problem was that he refused to fight them directly. He was like a ghost that hid within space, and then frequently appeared to swing his sword a few times before immediately leaving. The most terrifying part was that no one here could withstand that attack of his. So, they could only wait until their reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was hiding underground. The 2 heavenrends he just executed and the 2 more had previously executed had completely exhausted his profound energy. However, all of that wasn't a huge problem for him right now. Because there was no one pursuing him, and it only took a few hours for him to recover both his physical strength and profound energy. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi sat cross-legged while divine crystals surrounded him. The divine crystals were burning, and countless strands of spirit energy emerged from them and surged into him. Actually, Yang Yi liked fighting and running like this. However, had always been on the defensive in the past. So, he could only go head-on against his enemies and couldn't flee. Yet now, he was attacking, so the decision to attack was in his hands. Since he had the sword domain, blink, and the laws of space, he merely had to flee or hide himself, and then even deities wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Of course, so long as he showed himself, then the strength and reaction of deities would be sufficient to instantly force him out of hiding. So, he didn't dare act carelessly when facing deities. Actually, that deity Head killed the other day couldn't really be considered as something Head accomplished. Head utilized the sword god's seal, stellar energy, and the advantage he had because the old man was close to him and had underestimated him. That was why Head been able to land a strike on the old man. But even then, he still hadn't been able to instantly kill the old man. So, it clearly showed how strong deities were. If a true deity didn't act carelessly, underestimate him, or go head-on against his heavenrend, then he would be helpless against the deity. His heavenrend had extraordinary explosive strength, and it was extremely swift too. However, deities were even faster, so they could dodge it. But deities were usually proud. It would be different if they faced cultivators at the same realm of cultivation. However, if they were facing an emperor, then many wouldn't choose to dodge because it was a humiliation. For example, Jiansu could have dodged Yan Yi's heavenrend, but he hadn't and had chosen to go head-on against it. Jiansu was strong, so had been able to forcefully withstand it. That deity Yan Yi encountered in the radiant dimension had chosen to do the same, but he hadn't been able to withstand it. If one's strength was lacking, then don't make a show of strength. 2 days later, Yan Yi left the primordial pagoda. Yan Yi immediately left the ground and snuck towards the ruins of Sky River. He naturally didn't intend to stop. He wanted to make blood flow into rivers. It didn't take long for Yan Yi to arrive where the gray-robed old man and the others had been, but there was no one there. Yan Yi frowned. Meanwhile, the space around him suddenly started to tremble violently. An ambush. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that had been discovered, and only a deity could accomplish that. You really did choose to come back again. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a violet-robed old man walked out of space from afar. The gray-robed old man's group were behind the violet-robed old man. A deity! The violet-robed old man waved his right hand, and then the surrounding space instantly calmed down. If you didn't return, then it would really be difficult for me to locate you with your ability in concealment. Unfortunately, you chose to return. I've done something to the space here, so as soon as you returned, I immediately... The violet-robed old man's voice stopped abruptly because Yan Yi had suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot towards him. Yan Yi was extremely swift. Coupled with the fact that had launched the first attack, had been able to instantly arrive above the violet-robed old man. A wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes while the sword god's seal emanated a ray of dazzling light on his forehead. His sword intent instantly grew numerous times stronger before he swiftly drew his sword and swung it. Yan Yi didn't stop after he drew his sword and swung it once, and he swiftly sheathed his sword before drawing it and swinging it once more. Because had completed these attacks extremely quickly, the two Heavenrands had executed had overlapped together. Two Heavenrands overlapped over each other. Chapter 1400 Fight and Run to Fight Again. Chapter 1400 Fight and Run to Fight Again. Two Heavenrands overlapped over each other. It was two Heavenrands that were enhanced by the sword god's seal. Actually, Yan Ye's first thought when he saw the deity wasn't to flee, it was to kill the deity. What was his objective? It was to reduce the pressure on Lady's shoulders. If Sky River Stellar Region didn't bring back all its deities from Clouds of Heaven's Stellar Region, then the pressure Lady experienced wouldn't be alleviated. So, he couldn't flee. Because fleeing would only waste time. He had to kill the deity before him and make them realize how terrifying he was. He wanted Sky River Stellar Region and Celestial Demon Stellar Region to understand that a single deity couldn't stop him. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to bring even more deities back from Clouds of Heaven's Stellar Region. For the sake of giving that deity no chance to survive, Yan Yi had immediately activated the Sword God's seal and overlapped two Heavenrands. How terrifying were two true Heavenrands when they were overlapped together. At the instant the sword howl resounded, the space in a huge area around him was instantly shattered. At the same time, the ruins of Sky River City were blasted into bits. However, those bits were still breaking down. In an instant, they were completely obliterated. It was like Sky River City had never been there. A wisp of disdain had flashed through the old man's eyes when he saw Yang Yi attack. Was a true deity someone an ant at the Emperor realm could go against? However, his countenance had changed drastically when Yang Yi swung his sword. His countenance had turned ghastly pale while shock, terror, and a trace of disbelief filled his eyes. That's an emperor? An emperor can execute such a terrifying attack? Even though he was horrified, his strong desire to live had made the old man execute his stronger attack. At this instant, a terrifying aura that was accompanied by a circle of violet light surged out from the old man and swept towards Yang Yi. Bang! A huge explosion resounded through the surroundings, and then the space around them, which had just been repaired by the laws of the Heaven Tao, collapsed once more. Moreover, it collapsed at an alarming rate. In an instant, the space in a massive area around them had collapsed, and all the experts of Sky River City who hadn't been able to retreat in time were swallowed up by the black hole created there. Of course, that didn't include the Voiders and some comparatively stronger emperors. However, the rest were swallowed up if they hadn't been able to get away from Sky River City in time. In just that instant, Sky River City had lost countless experts. A few breaths of time passed before the space there gradually recovered. At this moment, Yang Yi was over 1 kilometer away, and the violet-robed old man was still there. The gray-robed old man's group was behind the violet-robed old man. At this moment, blood was seeping out from the corner of their mouths. Because they hadn't been able to dodge in time, the aftershock from the collision had struck them, and it struck them over 5 kilometers back and inflicted a certain amount of damage to them. Of course, they didn't care about their injuries right now, they cared about the violet-robed old man. The gray-robed and the others gazed at the violet-robed old man. The old man stared forward blankly in silence, and a few breaths of time passed before he looked up at Yang Yi. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he said, "How could this be possible? How could you execute such a formidable attack? That isn't something an emperor should be capable of. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense." As he spoke, the violet-robed old man's body started to become ethereal. The gray-robed old man and the others instantly turned ghastly pale at the sight of this. At this moment, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. It didn't take long for the violet-robed old man's figure to disperse completely. The gray-robed old man and the others took over a dozen steps back while horror filled their eyes. A deity had been killed in an instant. Yang Yi had killed the deity in an instant. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly glanced at them. Their expressions instantly changed drastically at the sight of this, and they didn't hesitate to retreat over 3 kilometers back. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. They gazed at Yang Yi with extreme vigilance on their faces while their profound energy surged madly. They weren't prepared to fight. They were prepared to flee. They would immediately flee if Yang Yi showed the slightest intent to attack. Fight? They would have dared to fight Yang Yi a while ago, yet now, once they watched Yang Yi kill a deity in an instant, they didn't have the courage to fight him anymore. Yang Yi could even instantly kill a deity. Yang Yi didn't attack. He just glanced coldly at them, and then he turned around and walked off. No one knew if he did it on purpose, but Yang Yi walked extremely slowly. However, not one of them dared to chase after him. Moreover, they desperately wished for Yang Yi to walk faster. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi had vanished from their fields of vision, and then they immediately heaved sighs of relief. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man spoke solemnly. Immediately notify Elder Tsang and all the others to return at once. All of them? One of the old men frowned. If we do that. The gray-robed old man glanced coldly at the old man who'd just spoken. I'm leaving the alliance right now if they don't return. Another old man stepped forward and stated. Me too. It didn't take long for all of them to make their stands clear, and all of them were of the same mind as the gray-robed old man. What a joke! Yang Yi was here. If those deities didn't return, then how would they fight him? They couldn't. They could only wait for death to arrive. Only deities could deal with Yang Yi. No, it had to be at least 2 deities. The old man who spoke just now laughed bitterly, and then he nodded. Actually, even he understood that the deities had to rush back. Otherwise, all of them would be annihilated here. Once he received the agreement of everyone here, the old man sent the voice transmission. Yang Yi hadn't walked off slowly on purpose, it was actually because even walking had been a problem for him. After he left their fields of vision, Yang Yi immediately found a concealed place and entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi didn't enter the 3rd level because he didn't want to worry Xiao Yushi. As soon as he entered the world on the 1st level, Yang Ye's figure crashed to the ground, and his entire body started twitching incessantly. Backlash. It was backlash from exhausting himself beyond his limits. Actually, Yang Yi had thought about overlapping the true form of Heavenren from a very long time ago. Because ordinary Heavenrens could be overlapped, then the true form of it could naturally be overlapped as well. However, he didn't have a chance to try it. Because semi-deities could be killed with a single swing of Heavenren. So, he could only test it on a deity. It was the first time he'd overlapped the true form of Heavenren. What did that mean? It meant that he'd drawn his sword twice in practically the exact same moment. It had an extremely high requirement in terms of physical strength. Because executing Heavenren just once exhausted a large amount of physical strength, while executing it twice in succession didn't give the body a chance to rest. So, the exhaustion was even more terrifying. When he drew his sword for the 2nd time, Yang Yi hadn't just exhausted all the profound energy within him and the World-Lend Stone, he'd even exhausted all his physical strength. Overlapping 2 Heavenrens had increased the strength of his technique by over 5 times. However, its consumption had multiplied as well. Even his epic realm body wasn't really able to support that consumption. Fortunately, while it did hurt, his mind was still clear, and it wasn't as terrifying as suffering backlash from his sword intent. The backlash from his sword intent was too terrifying, and he was quite afraid of it. Yang Yi moved his finger slightly, and it didn't take long for countless divine crystals to appear around him as he laid there on the ground. Once the divine crystals emanated spirit energy, it was instantly absorbed by his body. At this moment, his body was truly starving. Now that spirit energy was surging into him, primordial violet energy appeared within him, and it didn't take long for the primordial violet energy to swiftly repair his body. Actually, Yang Yi noticed that if he could constantly recover after overexhausting his body, then it had a few benefits. The most obvious benefit was getting used to it and getting used to the backlash. If it were any other person, that person's mind would definitely collapse from the backlash, but in his opinion, it was just slightly painful. In other words, his ability to endure pain had improved tremendously. Another benefit was that he felt his body was growing stronger incessantly. Yes, every time he exhausted it beyond its limits, he felt that his body seemed to grow slightly stronger. Of course, it was mainly because his recovery could keep up. If his recovery couldn't keep up, then he wouldn't grow stronger, he would be crippled instead. All of this was thanks to the primordial violet energy. The primordial violet energy's recuperative ability was truly heaven-defying. It was exactly because he had primordial violet energy that he dared to exhaust his strength beyond its limits and fight like such a madman. Because so long as he was still breathing, the primordial violet energy could nurse him back to health. After his body recovered to normal, Yan Yi entered the third level of the pagoda. Xiao Yushi was cultivating. He didn't disturb her, and he just sat down cross-legged and started absorbing spirit energy from divine crystals once more. 2 days later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. At this moment, he'd recovered completely. His body was fine, and his profound energy had been refilled. Yang Yi glanced at Xiao Yushi. At this moment, her aura was gradually growing stronger, and she showed signs of advancing. However, she may not be able to succeed soon because she just advanced into the quasi-emperor realm. Yan Ye's gaze lingered on her for a long time, and then he left the primordial pagoda. Once he left the primordial pagoda, the sword precursor appeared in Yan Ye's grasp. At the same time, the ancient sheath appeared in his left grasp. Yan Yi sheathed it, and then he held the ancient sheath as he started walking towards where Sky River City once stood. Presently, he intended to fight and run, recover and attack again, and then run once more. He intended to cripple Sky River Stellar Region on his own. Chapter 1401 We've Lost. Chapter 1401 We've Lost. However, when Yang Yi arrived where Sky River City had once been, there was no one there. Or it should be said that there was no living person there. There were only some scattered corpses here. They'd hidden themselves. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then a cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. He didn't go looking for them, and he just went to the center of Sky River City and stomped his foot against the ground. His figure instantly transformed into a ray of light that shot underground and continued his descent without slowing down at all. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop. There was a huge white dragon not too far away from him. A divine-grade spirit vein. At this moment, the dragon was looking at Yang Yi, and its eyes were filled with fear. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He just flashed over to it before his rebirth rank sword intent slammed down upon it. The white dragon was utterly incapable to resist Yang Yi, and it was instantly dragged into the primordial pagoda. Once it entered the primordial pagoda, the slightly furious white dragon was stunned. It sized up the world in the first level, and then it didn't take long for a trace of pleasant surprise to actually appear in its eyes. Yang Yi paid no attention to the white dragon. He just went to another area beneath the ground, and it didn't take long for another divine-grade spirit vein to appear within the primordial pagoda. Just like that, around 15 minutes passed, and there were 5 divine-grade spirit veins added to the primordial pagoda. Sky River City had a total of 5 divine-grade spirit veins, and they were at its 4 corners and center. Yet now Yang Yi had taken all of them. The spirit energy here naturally suffered a sharp decline when the spirit veins vanished. So, the gray-robed old man and the others who were in hiding were naturally aware that Yang Yi had taken the spirit veins by force. However, no one dared to try and stop him. Their lives were naturally more important to them than those spirit veins. However, their hearts were bleeding. It didn't hurt that much when Sky River City was destroyed, but their hearts absolutely hurt when Yang Yi took the divine-grade spirit veins. If Yang Yi's strength wasn't too terrifying, they would definitely stop him no matter what. After all, those spirit veins were the foundation of Sky River Continent, and it would be easier for the continent to recover when it had those spirit veins present in it. However, now that they were taken away, unless the Alliance of Guardians got replacement, Sky River continent wouldn't be able to recover from Yang Ye's attack even if it was given 100 years. As for getting new divine-grade spirit mains, there were usually no powers willing to sell them. Because besides geniuses, there was a very important thing which every world needed in order to develop further, and it was spirit veins. Only by possessing sufficient spirit energy could a world draw in more people. After all, would anyone be willing to go to a world that had no spirit energy? So, all large powers usually kept divine-grade spirit veins for their own use. Even if independent cultivators obtained one by chance and wanted to sell it, the price for it would be absurdly high. Tremendous losses. It was truly a tremendous loss. Even if Sky River Stellar Region could kill Yang Yi, its strength would diminish tremendously. Not only had Yang Yi killed 2 deities, he'd killed around 10 semi-deities and countless other voiders and emperors. Now Yang Yi had even taken 5 spirit veins from Sky River City. It could be said that Sky River Stellar Region would take a few dozen years to recover from the damages Yang Yi had caused. Of course, the precondition was that it could annihilate Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't stop after he took those 5 spirit veins, and he headed to the city nearest to Sky River City. Sky River City was the main city on Sky River continent, so it had the most divine-grade spirit veins. However, Sky River City wasn't the only city on this continent, and there were more. Moreover, other cities had divine-grade spirit veins too. However, they mostly had 1, and some had spirit veins at a lower rank. However, so long as they were spirit veins, Yang Yi didn't refuse any of them. He started plundering them like a madman. Yang Yi raised his speed to its limits so that he could gather the spirit veins as quickly as possible. Moreover, once he finished taking the spirit vein in a city, he didn't waste even a shred of time and immediately rushed to the next city. He didn't kill people because they were all ordinary voiders, so killing them didn't make much of a difference, and would just be a waste of time. Of course, he naturally didn't hold back against those who tried to stop him. In less than an hour, Yang Yi had gone to 10 cities, and 5 of them had divine-grade spirit veins while the rest had saint-grade spirit veins. However, Yang Yi didn't stop and continued to plunder the spirit veins through Sky River continent. Just like that, another hour passed, and then Yang Yi stopped. At this moment, he had 11 divine-grade spirit veins and over 30 saint-grade spirit veins. Once all of these divine-grade spirit veins entered the first level of the primordial pagoda, the spirit energy there became absolutely terrifying. At this moment, the spirit energy in the first level was too abundant. Just casually breathing would allow one to breath in spirit energy. The only sad thing was that he couldn't transform all of it into profound energy. Because the first level was independent. He could enter the primordial pagoda, but he hadn't fully merged into one with it. The primordial pagoda was merely living within him and had formed a certain level of connection with him. So, if he wanted to gain profound energy, he had no choice but to enter the first level and convert it himself. However, if a day came when he was able to merge completely with it, then it would represent that he could convert the spirit energy in the first level at any time. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about not having sufficient profound energy. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and was about to head to the next city. Suddenly, he looked up into the sky, and then 3 extremely powerful auras appeared in the sky above the continent. After that, an invisible barrier appeared in the air above Sky River continent. 3 deities. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth because he'd finally forced the other 3 deities of Sky River Stellar Region to return here. However, it was quite troublesome because they joined forces to seal up Sky River continent. So, there was only one way to leave the continent now, and it was to break through the seal. However, doing so would definitely alarm the 3 deities here. 3 deities. That was absolutely not something he could fight right now. So, he couldn't go head-on against them and had to use his brains. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned, and then his figure shook and merged into space. Right after that happened, a wave of divine sense swept through where he'd just been standing. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to walk out from space. That divine sense belonged to a deity. In other words, they'd started to search for him. Yan Yi remained silent on the spot, and then he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. A vicious glow flashed through his eyes, and then he immediately transformed into a ray of light that shot underground. After he arrived underground, Yan Yi sped up and shot towards the core of the continent. Around 2 hours later, Yan Ye's figure stopped. There was an earthen wall before him. The wall was completely red, and lava was behind it. He'd arrived deep underground at the core of the continent. Yan Yi looked ahead for a long time, and then a wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of his mouth. "You refuse to let me, huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi drew his sword and swung it. Wham! A sword howl suddenly shot up into the air from underground. It was extremely swift and merely took an instant to charge out from beneath the ground, and then it pierced the sky. Boom! After that, an explosion that shook the continent resounded from deep underground. The ground started shaking violently like an earthquake. It didn't take long for huge expanses of the ground to start collapsing while countless streams of lava shot up into the sky and started flowing towards the surroundings. The ground wasn't just collapsing at one spot. It seemed like a chain reaction was occurring as 2/3 of the continent had started to quake, and then countless streams of lava seeped out from below and flowed swiftly towards the surroundings. Doomsday had arrived. At this moment, countless people throughout the continent were horrified. However, all of this wasn't the end of it. Another sword howl suddenly resounded from the distant ocean. After that, shocking waves shot up throughout the ocean and surged towards the continent. But that still wasn't the end of it. Just around an hour passed before another sword howl resounded from far away in the north. After that, the mountains of snow and ice that had accumulated for countless years were blasted apart by a ray of sword energy. Avalanches rumbled down as the mountains collapsed. It was the end of the world. It truly was the end of the world. At this moment, everyone knew that someone was intentionally destroying Sky River continent. Those 3 deities knew that as well, but they couldn't find Yan Yi. 3 old men stood high above in the high, and they had horrifyingly gloomy expressions on their faces. They were the 3 deities that had rushed back here from clouds of heaven's stellar region. "Elder Tsung, we can't let him continue." An old man in a luxurious robe spoke solemnly to the leader of their group, an old man who held a pitch-black cane. A moment of silence ensued, and then the old man with the cane shook his head. "His skill in concealment is too formidable. My divine sense has swept through the entire continent, but I haven't been able to detect him." The other old man who wore a black robe spoke in a low voice. "What does he want?" A long moment of silence ensued before Elder Tsung replied. "If I'm not wrong, his goal is to help clouds of heaven's stellar region." The old man in a luxurious robe frowned. "He's trying to help clouds of heaven's stellar region?" Elder Tsung nodded. "Lady from clouds of heaven's stellar region helped him in the past, so their relationship is definitely not ordinary. So, he definitely launched this surprise attack on our continent to force us back here and alleviate the pressure on clouds of heaven's stellar region." The old man in a luxurious robe gazed at Elder Tsung. "So what do we do now? Do we continue pursuing him?" Elder Tsung looked down at the continent below him, and then he remained silent for a long time before speaking again. "Besides a few living fossils, there are no deities in the lower dimensions that are capable of fighting that kid now. We've lost." Chapter 1402 A Hopeless Situation. Chapter 1402 A Hopeless Situation. They'd lost. Indeed, Sky River Stellar Region had lost. Yan Yi had practically crippled it on his own. Even if they could kill Yan Yi now, it wouldn't change the situation their stellar region was in. Moreover, they might not even be able to kill Yan Yi. Perhaps Yan Yi might even kill them instead. After all, they hadn't forgotten that Yan Yi had the strength to kill deities. Meanwhile, Elder Tsung said, "We have 2 choices right now. The first is to stop at nothing to kill him. However, it'll definitely end with both of our sides suffering heavy losses. Besides that, we must succeed at killing him. If we fail and allow him to escape, our Sky River Stellar region will definitely vanish from this universe once he's given time to grow." The old man in a luxurious robe and the black-robed old man fell silent. Because they knew that Elder Tsang wasn't exaggerating. Actually, they were more shocked than furious when they found out that Yang Yi had killed the deity. It was too terrifying. An emperor had killed a deity in an instant. It wasn't normal at all. So, they felt both fear and hate towards Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Elder Tsang added, "The other choice is to let him leave. Stop interfering in Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region's business and let him deal with Celestial Demon Stellar Region." The black-robed old man said, "That's equivalent to giving up on our interests in the conquest of Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. It would be a huge loss to us. If we choose the first option, we might not just suffer losses, we might suffer annihilation." Elder Tsang took a deep breath and continued, "He's an extraordinary genius, and we've missed the best time to kill him. Even if we can kill him now, at least one of us will have to die. Moreover, once we fail to kill him, then once he attains the Voida realm or improves his strength further, then there would probably be no one outside the large world that can fight him. I'm truly quite unwilling to give up just like that." The old man in a luxurious robe spoke bitterly. "However, you're right. His strength isn't the only thing that's terrifying, his potential and natural talent are shocking too. If we continue fighting him, then even if we can kill him, our continent would be crippled or even destroyed. The Alliance of Guardians isn't a single power, it's made up of numerous powers. If we continue fighting him, some would definitely choose to leave our alliance if they can't endure such huge losses. At that time, our alliance would really be finished." A long moment of silence ensued before the old man said, "You make the decision." Elder Tsang nodded, and then he waved his hand. The barrier which covered the sky was instantly dispersed before his voice resounded throughout the continent. "Yang Yi, from this moment onward, my Sky River Stellar Region won't interfere in Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region's business. If we break this promise, then I'm willing to suffer death." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Tsang paused for a moment before he added, "Yang Yi, I know that you want to save Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, so I advise you to hurry over there. Even though we've left and alleviated the situation therein, Celestial Demon Stellar Region isn't the only stellar region that's attacking Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. There are others acting from the shadows." As soon as Elder Tsang finished speaking, a point in space not too far away from them suddenly trembled, and then a green-clothed young man who held a sheathed sword appeared before them. It was Yang Yi, of course. Yang Yi! Their expressions changed slightly when they saw him. They hadn't expected him to have been so close to them. Why was he hiding there? Obviously it was to assassinate them. Yang Yi asked, "Which other stellar regions are there besides Celestial Demon Stellar Region?" Elder Tsang glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region is a chunk of juicy meat, so everyone wants a bite. However, Celestial Demon Stellar Region is formidable, so it's impossible for them to get much. But at the same time, Celestial Demon Stellar Region doesn't dare to offend so many powers, so it has agreed to share a little of the benefits from conquering Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. As compensation, those powers that gain from it would have to secretly send experts to assist Celestial Demon Stellar Region. He paused for a moment and continued, "That's why no one is helping them. It's because the situation is too complicated. Presently, Celestial Demon Stellar Region represents a group with vested interests in the situation, so no one dares to offend that group. After all, helping Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region represented that they would offend that huge group, so a single stellar region couldn't afford to offend them." Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Now, he realized that Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region was in a worse situation than he'd imagined. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something. He gazed at Elder Tsang's group and said, "I'm right in front of you now. Do you want to attack?" They glanced at Yang Yi. In the end, the other two old men's gazes descended onto Elder Tsang. Elder Tsang spoke indifferently. "Yang Yi, I told you before this that we won't interfere in Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region's business, and you can leave at any time." Yang Yi glanced at Elder Tsang, fell silent for a short while, and then he said, "I'll give you a promise too. So long as your forces don't appear at Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region or act against me, then I won't come to Skyriver stellar region again. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky and vanished. Once Yang Yi left, the black-robed old man suddenly spoke in a low voice. Why didn't you choose to kill him? Do you think he was afraid of us? Elder Tseng looked up into the sky and said, Didn't you realize? His goal was to assassinate us. Since he dared to do that, it proves that he's confident in his ability. Moreover, someone like him definitely possesses other powerful trump cards. If we force him into a hopeless situation, it will definitely end with our mutual destruction. He shook his head and continued, We missed the best time to kill him. The other two old men fell silent when they heard this. When was the best time? It was naturally all those years ago, while Yang Yi was in the radiant dimension. If all of them attacked in unison, then they would have definitely been able to kill Yang Yi. Even if Lady helped Yang Yi would still die. However, how could a half-saint be of any concern to them? At that time, they hadn't no knowledge of what had happened in the radiant dimension, and it had been managed by their subordinates. When they found out about it, it was when Yang Yi had returned from Dark Hell Continent. At that time, Yang Yi's strength was formidable to the point that they were helpless against him. Elder Tsang remained silent for a long time, and then he shook his head. Retreating now isn't a bad decision for us. He's too terrifying. Perhaps even Celestial Demon Stellar Region would be helpless against him in 2 years from now. The others fell silent. The speed Yang Yi grew at was too heaven-defying, and Celestial Demon Stellar Region might really be helpless against him in a few years. However, all of that wasn't related to them anymore. Now, they had to think about how to help the Alliance of Guardians recover. After he left Skyriver Continent, Yang Yi sped up and arrived at the teleportation formation outside it and teleported to Stellar City. Lead and Cloud Store. Yang Yi didn't engage in any small talk upon meeting Yi Luyun, and he immediately asked, How's the situation at Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region? He hadn't chosen to head straight for Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. His mission wasn't to go meet Lady, it was to think of a way to help Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region as best he could. Lady didn't lack an expert comparable to a deity like him. After all, he would just be equivalent to a deity if he went there. That wasn't of much help to her. But he could do a lot of things while he remained in the shadows. He naturally had to go see her, but it wasn't time yet. Yi Luyun shook her head and said, I've only just established our intelligence branch, so it's impossible for us to obtain accurate details about the situation there. However, I've asked the eldest young miss of Azure Cloud Merchant Group to help. But, Yang Yi asked, she has a request? Yi Luyun nodded. She wants to see you. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment and said, Come, let's go see her. Yi Luyun nodded, and then she led Yang Yi out of the store. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Clouds of Heaven Merchant Group. The eldest young miss, Nangong Qin, immediately revealed a brilliant smile when she saw Yang Yi. I know why you're here, so I'll get straight to the point. She spoke seriously. Not too long ago, Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region lost 4 more worlds. Now, it only has 3 worlds left. Besides that, Celestial Demon Stellar Region's army has surrounded those 3 worlds. However, the sudden retreat of the experts from Skyriver Stellar Region interrupted their plans, so Celestial Demon Stellar Region has only surrounded those 3 worlds and hasn't launched an attack. She couldn't help but glance at Yang Yi once she finished speaking. Because she was very well aware why they'd suddenly retreated, and it was all because of Yang Yi. She knew everything he'd done on Skyriver Continent. It wasn't just that, she knew everything he'd done in the Radiant Dimension and Dark Hell Continent. Terrifying. After she found out about all of that, her evaluation of Yang Yi could be summarized with a single word: terrifying. At the same time, she decided to pull him over to her side at any cost. Yang Yi asked, Anything else? She fell silent for a short while before she said, Young Master Yang, according to the information I received, Celestial Demon Stellar Region isn't the only stellar region that's attacking Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. There are around 7 more 2-star stellar regions. But they haven't sent their full forces and are only helping in secret. I presume Celestial Demon Stellar Region promised them some benefits. However, it probably isn't much. So, they've only sent some assistance as a symbol of their alliance. Even then, their forces can't be underestimated. It represents that all of them are bound together. She paused for a moment and continued. Actually, Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region is in a hopeless situation. Unless a miracle occurs. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. Meanwhile, the space in front of Nan Gongqin trembled abruptly, and a short while passed before she looked up at Yang Yi. I just received news that the experts of Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region are requesting Zhuang Weiran to marry into Wildlands Stellar Region. Moreover, those experts include the previous war god, Zhuang Weiqian, and Zhuang Weiran's mother, Qian Yao Chan. Chapter 1403 Attack. Chapter 1403 Attack. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. They're forcing her. All of them are forcing her to do it. Including her own parents. She had to face pressure from Celestial Demon Stellar Region on the outside, and then she faced pressure internally from the experts of her own stellar region and her parents. It was obvious how much pressure was on her. Just thinking about the situation she was in made Yang Yi feel like needles were stabbing against his heart. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he opened his eyes and gazed at Nan Gongqin. Miss Nan Gong, may I ask you something? Your Azure Cloud Merchant Group should have its own stellar region, right? She nodded. Cloud Merchant Stellar Region. It's a 3-star stellar region. Yang Yi asked. How much authority do you hold in your merchant group? We're a family merchant group, so the entire merchant group is under my Nangong clan's control. My father only has 2 daughters. Me and my younger sister, Nangong Yun. My father has left the management of the merchant group to us sisters. So, my authority in the merchant group can be considered to be second in the merchant group. Yang Yi asked. How many deities does your merchant group have? Her eyes narrowed slightly. Young Master Yang, are you thinking of asking my merchant group to assist Clouds of Heaven's stellar region? Yang Yi replied. I know that isn't realistic. So, I hope to obtain your help. It wasn't realistic to seek help from the entire merchant group. Because she wasn't the one that made all the decisions. However, if she was willing to help, then she would still be of great help to him. The smile on Nan Gongqin's face vanished. She walked over to the side, sat down, and then picked up a cup and sipped some tea before she spoke again. Young Master Yang, give me a reason. If it was any other person that asked her to help Clouds of Heaven's stellar region right now, she would slap that person right there and then. Because wasn't that like asking her to send her forces to their deaths? The situation at Clouds of Heaven's stellar region was common knowledge. Gambling on it now would definitely result in a complete loss. Because Clouds of Heaven's stellar region's destruction was set in stone. Heading over there right now would be a one-way trip to hell. However, it was Yang Yi who'd asked. She knew Yang Yi wasn't someone who thought the world revolved around him, so she was willing to listen. Yang Yi said, There's no reward without risk. She shook her head. Young Master Yang Yi, allow me to be honest. I only see risk and no reward. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun stepped forward. Big Sister Qin, you're looking in the wrong place. Don't look at Clouds of Heaven's stellar region, look at him. She pointed at Yang Yi while she spoke. Nan Gongqin asked. What do you mean? Yi Luyun combed her hair behind her ears and said, I understand what you're thinking. Clouds of Heaven's stellar region really does have no hope right now. But just think about it, what if it survived? What if it survived under your help? What would that give you? Nan Gongqin smiled and remained silent. Actually, she'd firmly decided that she would never help Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. However, she didn't want to make Yang Yi and Yi Luyun feel embarrassed. She hoped that they would act sensibly and stop speaking about it. Yi Luyun pondered deeply for a moment and was about to speak when Yang Yi grabbed her arm, and he shook his head and said, Let's go see that second young miss. Yi Luyun glanced at him and nodded, and then they didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. Meanwhile, Nagong Qin's voice suddenly resounded from behind them. Wait. Yang Yi and Yi Luyun stopped, and then Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Nagong Qin. Miss Nagong, I know that doing this is a little pushy, and I understand the difficulty you face. So, I won't blame you for it. However, I have to help Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. So, if you're unwilling to help, then I have no choice but to look for someone else. Nagong Qin shook her head and said, Young Master Yang, there are many things that are agreed upon through discussion. You want my help, and that isn't impossible. But as I've mentioned before, I hope you can give me a reason to help Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. Moreover, allow me to be honest, if both of you can't convince me, then you probably won't be able to convince my younger sister. Conversely, if you can convince her, then you'll definitely be able to convince me. We know each other well, so isn't it better to work with me than my younger sister? It's great if you're willing to discuss it. Yan Yi nodded and said, Miss Nagong, you think that Clouds of Heaven's stellar region will definitely lose, but I'm not of the same mind. Nagong Qin asked. Why? Yan Yi pointed at himself. Because of me. Nagong Qin was at a loss for words when she heard how confident Yang Yi was. Yang Yi continued, Miss Nagong, have you heard of the stellar sword diagram? She nodded. Of course. Jian Wuji utilized that diagram to fight a mysterious expert in Dark Hell's stellar region. Its might is. When she spoke up to this point, her pupils constricted slightly. You obtained the stellar sword diagram. Yang Yi nodded. He knew that he had to expose some of his trump cards in order to gain her help. Nagong Qin clenched her fist slowly when she saw him nod. After all, the stellar sword diagram was something that was beyond the ranking systems of treasures. Moreover, it was a sword diagram while Yang Yi was a peerless sword cultivator. So, even deities would tremble before him while it was in his hands. Nagong Qin remained silent for a long time before she shook her head. It still isn't enough. Yang Yi said, Miss Nagong, if you're willing to lend a hand, then your Azure Cloud Merchant Group can open a branch at every single world under Clouds of Heaven's stellar region, and all fees will be waived for 30 years. Besides that, I personally promise you that so long as I'm alive, I'm willing to help you with 3 things. He didn't have any other bargaining chips, so he had no choice but to sell himself. 3 things. Nagong Qin suddenly looked up at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was only an emperor now, but would any deity dare to underestimate him? The most terrifying thing wasn't his strength, it was his potential. If Yang Yi were to do 3 things for her with his current strength, then it would actually not be very useful. But what about in the future? If Yang Yi didn't die, then based on his potential, how terrifying would he be? She was a businesswoman, so she understood that investing in business had far lower returns than investing in outstanding people. Once Yang Yi grew even stronger and attained the Voider realm, or even the deity realm, then he would do all sorts of things for her, and the favors he owed her would be much more useful. However, she would suffer a huge loss if Yang Yi perished in Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. Not only would she offend Celestial Demon's stellar region and the other powers, then Azure Cloud Merchant Group may have to sacrifice her in order to settle the matter with Celestial Demon's stellar region and the other stellar regions. Even if she could escape death, she could dream of ever holding any authority in the merchant group. It came with huge benefits, but the risks were huge as well. Nagong Qin remained silent for a long time, and then she raised 3 fingers. I can mobilize 3 deities. That's my limit. However, they will only follow you in secret. You can't expose their identities or announce that my Azure Cloud Merchant Group is helping you. This is between you, me, and Clouds of Heaven's stellar region, and it has nothing to do with Azure Cloud Merchant Group. I hope you understand. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard her. Actually, he didn't hold much hope, but he hadn't expected her to really be willing to help. Regardless of whether she was doing so to gain his help in the future or because she had other motives, he would still remember this favor. Meanwhile, Nagong Qin laughed bitterly. I hope I won't regret this. The risks were huge. She was betting everything she had and her own future on Yan Ye's future. It was very risky, extremely risky. Actually, Nan Gongqin didn't know that it wouldn't be long before she would feel very lucky that she'd made this decision. Because it didn't just change her life, it changed the future of Azure Cloud Merchant Group. Yang Yi cupped his fist to her and said, "Miss Nangong, I'll remember this. Regardless of what happens at Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, I will absolutely not refuse your request if it's within my ability. Of course, even if it isn't within my ability, I will still try my best." 3 deities was a huge help to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Nan Gongqin smiled. "Even though it's quite risky, being able to become friends with someone like you is worth any risk." If she didn't really attach great importance to Yang Yi in the past, then once she found out what he'd done on Sky River Continent, her evaluation of him had risen to the top. She was willing to become friends with him, no matter the cost. Merchant groups did business, but if they didn't possess formidable strength, then how would they do business? If Yang Yi were to be able to grow, then just a single word from him might be able to change both her and her merchant group's future. It wasn't exaggerated at all because Yang Yi had such potential. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun asked, "Are you heading to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region now?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm going to Celestial Demon Stellar Region." Celestial Demon Stellar Region! Both Yi Luyun and Nan Gongqin's expressions changed. Meanwhile, Nan Gongqin spoke solemnly. "Yang Yi, you have to realize that Celestial Demon Stellar Region isn't Sky River Stellar Region. It's heavily guarded and covered in numerous grand formations. Moreover, there are at least 2 deities in its main city. Besides that, they definitely have dimensional teleportation flags. Once anything occurs in their stellar region, it'll only take a few dozen breaths of time for them to return. The Demon Lord is no ordinary deity." Yang Yi nodded. "Thank you for the information. But I'm still heading there first." Nan Gongqin frowned. "Why?" Yang Yi replied. "If I head to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region right now, it will expose my presence before them and cause me to fall into a passive state. However, if I were to launch a surprise attack on Celestial Demon Stellar Region, then I would hold the initiative. I decide whether we fight. Moreover, Celestial Demon Stellar Region might have not expected that I would dare to launch such a surprise attack on them. So, it's an opportunity for me, an opportunity to put a dent in Celestial Demon Stellar Region's strength." Meanwhile, Yi Luyun said, "But it's very dangerous." Yang Yi smiled. "Is heading to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region not dangerous?" "Both are dangerous. Since they are both dangerous, I choose to launch a surprise attack. The morale in Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region is definitely really bad. But once I attack Celestial Demon Stellar Region and both of you help me spread the news, it'll definitely rouse their morale and alleviate some of the pressure that Zhuang Weiran faces. If he hadn't launched a surprise attack on Sky River Stellar Region, their experts would have definitely not left or promised to not attack Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region again. If even their base of operations was in trouble, how could they have the desire to attack others? But if he chose to head to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, the experts of Sky River Stellar Region would have definitely not retreated. That was the difference. Most importantly, he didn't like to be on the defensive. He liked to be on the offensive. Offense was the best defense. He wanted to attack. He wanted to fight. Chapter 14. For it's best if we can kill them all. Chapter 14. For it's best if we can kill them all. It didn't take long for the 3 deities that Nan Gongqin had promised Yang Yi to arrive in the hall. After they found out that Nan Gongqin wanted them to help Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, all 3 of them fell silent. A long time passed before the white-haired old man who led the group spoke solemnly. "Little girl, you know that we think highly of you, and that's why we're standing on your side when it comes to succeeding your father as patriarch. I don't want to question your decision because I know that there's definitely a reason why you've done this. I just want to ask if you're really sure. After all, if we fail, then you won't be the only one to suffer because it's very likely to implicate the entire merchant group." Nan Gongqin replied. "Elder Yuan, there's no reward without risk. I want to take this gamble." The three old men exchanged glances, and then they nodded. Elder Yuan said, "Fine, since you've chosen to gamble, then we'll gamble with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yang Yi and sized up Yang Yi. "From this moment onward, the three of us will be following you." Yang Yi cupped his fist to them, and then he said, "Thank you for helping me. Let's not waste time and leave immediately." They nodded, and then vanished on the spot. Yi Luyan spoke abruptly when Yang Yi was about to leave. "Be careful." Yang Yi smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'll flee if we're no match for them. You have to be careful in Stellar City as well." He gazed at Nangong Qin and continued, "Miss Nangong, Luyun hadn't established a firm foundation in the city, so please take care of her." "You don't have to tell me that." Nangong Qin rolled her eyes at him, and then she walked over to Yi Luyun and took Yi Luyun's hand. She smiled. "Luyun and I have become sworn sisters. If anyone dares to bully her in Stellar City, it's equivalent to bullying me." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "No matter what, thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately vanished on the spot. Yi Luyun spoke abruptly once Yang Yi left. "Big sister, you're making a huge bet this time." Nangong Qin nodded. "It's really huge," Yi Luyun said. "He won't disappoint you." "I hope so," Nangong Qin replied softly. If Yang Yi died, then her future would be over. Moreover, she might even drag down the entire merchant group. She couldn't afford to lose this gamble. Yang Yi led the three deities through the teleportation formation on Stellar City and arrived at Celestial Demon Stellar Region. Needless to say, those teleportation formations were really convenient, as they really shortened the distance between stellar regions. However, it was extremely expensive as well. But it couldn't be helped because they were the only providers of teleportation formations in this universe. Elder Yuan spoke solemnly. "Brother Yang, are you really going to launch a surprise attack on Celestial Demon Continent?" He was naturally aware of Yang Ye's ability because Nangong Qin had given him all the information she had on Yang Yi. That was also the main reason why he decided to make this bet with Nangong Qin. Yang Yi nodded. "But I'll be going myself." The three old men exchanged glances, and then Elder Yuan said, "You don't want us to go with you? Or do you think that we're burdens to you?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I have no intention to look down on all of you. What I mean is that I'll head to Celestial Demon City while you three head to other worlds in the stellar region. Once you get there, plunder all their divine-grade spirit veins and saint-grade spirit veins. It's best if you don't leave even one behind." Elder Yuan was astounded. "You intend to rob Celestial Demon Stellar Region?" Yang Yi nodded. "I'll head to Celestial Demon Continent, and I'll keep them busy there. So, feel free to plunder their spirit veins. But be fast and prioritize plundering the spirit veins. Of course, if it's possible, you can kill a few on your way. However, don't waste time. Right, all of you can keep the spirit veins you gain." They couldn't help but be quite tempted when they heard this. Celestial Demon Stellar Region was a 3-star stellar region. Besides Celestial Demon Continent, which was a medium world, it had many other small worlds, and those small worlds definitely had divine-grade spirit veins. Yang Yi was attacking Celestial Demon Continent, and it was equivalent to keeping most of the experts of Celestial Demon Stellar Region busy. Moreover, those small worlds would have a limited number of experts. In short, Yang Yi was letting them make a fortune. Their impression of Yang Yi instantly became much better. Elder Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, "Celestial Demon Continent might have at least 2 deities present there. So, should I go with you?" Yang Yi shook his head. "We're not going there to destroy them. Our objective is to steal everything they have. So, please be fast. Because we have to retreat before their experts rush back. So, we don't have much time." Elder Yuan nodded and said, "All right, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them vanished into the depths of the starry sky around him. Once they left, the ancient sheath appeared in Yang Ye's grasp. At the same time, the sword precursor appeared within it. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a short while, and then he vanished. It didn't take long for him to arrive in the sky above Celestial Demon Continent. He didn't enter it directly. Just as Nan Gongqin had said, there were powerful restrictions and formations around it, and he would definitely activate them if he tried to enter by force. Yan Yi held the ancient sheath in his grasp as he stood silently in midair for quite some time. Suddenly, his profound energy surged madly. He was waiting. He was waiting for the deities on the continent to come out themselves. Elder Yuan and the others should be about to start plundering the small worlds of Celestial Demon Stellar Region. At that time, the deities on Celestial Demon Continent would definitely head out to help, and that would be his opportunity. If two came out, then he would let them leave, and then attack the continent once they left. But if only one came out... Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying aura shot up into the air from below. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that Elder Yuan and the others had started. Yan Yi stared fixedly at the continent below him, while he held tightly onto the hilt of his sword. It didn't take long for a ray of light to shoot up from below. A single deity. Yan Yi didn't hesitate at all. Blink immediately appeared on his back, and then he vanished on the spot. He was above the ray of light when his figure appeared once more. You are... A surprised and bewildered voice resounded. Obviously, that deity was quite stunned. Yan Yi would naturally not answer. He didn't waste his breath at all and immediately drew his sword and swung it. Once he drew his sword, he didn't stop and quickly sheathed it once more, and then he drew it again. Two true heavenlands overlapped over each other. Ah! A shrill cry resounded in the sky above Celestial Demon Continent, and it was so loud that it practically resounded throughout the continent. How dare you! It didn't take long for a furious howl to resound abruptly through the continent, and then a beam of light shot up into the air. A black-robed old man arrived where the previous deity had been. But at this moment, he only saw a deity who'd been slashed into two. The black-robed old man was horrified when he witnessed this scene. A deity had been killed in an instant. Someone had actually killed a deity in an instant. The black-robed old man waved his right hand, and then the space around him instantly started to condense in layers and form a solid spatial barrier. Once he was done with that, his divine sense swept out towards the surroundings and instantly covered a massive area. A short while passed before the old man's face gradually became unsightly because he hadn't noticed anything. Not even 2 breaths of time had passed since that deity had been killed, but the enemy had actually vanished without a trace in just that amount of time. The old man's face grew even gloomier. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared before the black-robed old man. The middle-aged man bowed and said, "Elder Zun, I just received word that there are experts plundering the spirit veins in the other worlds within our stellar region. Based on our initial estimations, there are at least 3 experts, and all of them are deities. 3 deities." The old man slowly clenched his fists, and he remained silent for a short while before he said, "Notify the Demon Lord. Tell him that there are forces assisting clouds of heaven's stellar region, and we await his orders." The middle-aged man nodded, withdrew a transmission talisman, and crushed it. Around 10 breaths of time passed before the space in front of the middle-aged man started rippling. A moment of silence ensued before the middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. "The Demon Lord wants you to ignore the other worlds and just protect Celestial Demon Continent." The black-robed old man asked, "The Demon Lord isn't sending back any experts?" The middle-aged man shook his head and replied, "The Demon Lord said that once Clouds of Heaven's stellar region is crushed, these powers that are assisting it in secret will be just like clowns, and we can crush them with ease." The old man asked, "When are they launching the final assault on Clouds of Heaven's stellar region?" The middle-aged man replied, "They've already started." The black-robed old man nodded and said, "I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced coldly at the surroundings, and then vanished with the middle-aged man. Around 4 hours after they left, Yang Yi appeared there. At this moment, he'd finished recovering completely within the primordial pagoda. He hadn't left just now. So, he'd heard everything the black-robed old man and the middle-aged man had said. Celestial Demon Stellar Region had started the final assault on Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Yang Yi gazed at Celestial Demon Continent for a long time, and then he withdrew a transmission talisman and crushed it. Around 15 minutes later, the space around him trembled, and then Elder Yuan's group of 3 appeared by his side. Elder Yuan was puzzled. "Brother Yang?" Yang Yi said. "I've received news that the Demon Lord has launched the final assault on Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. In other words, they won't be coming back. 2 hours, we only have 2 hours. We're going to kill as many as we can in these 2 hours. It's best if we can kill them all." Elder Yuan spoke solemnly. "Brother Yang, what if Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region is captured?" "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's eyes instantly turned blood red. He stomped his right foot down, and transformed into a ray of light that shot down towards Celestial Demon Continent. Elder Yuan and the others exchanged glances, and then they charged down towards the continent as well. Chapter 1405 Fight to the Death. Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. It had once been a 3-star stellar region. It didn't just have a medium world, it had over 100 small worlds. Yet now, it only had a medium world and 2 small worlds in its vicinity. Clouds of Heaven Continent, Clouds of Heaven City. Clouds of Heaven City was the main city on the continent, and it was the stellar region's last line of defense. If they lost the city, it meant that Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region would vanish from this universe. A woman stood on the city walls with her hands behind her back. She was looking up at the sky with a calm and indifferent gaze. She wore pure white leather armor that wrapped tightly around her delicate figure, causing her figure to seem even more attractive. Her ink-black hair was tied behind her back with a white ribbon. Her hair wasn't very long, and it stopped just at her waist. There was a pure white halberd floating to her right. She was Zhuang Weiran. The sky was densely covered in black clouds, and it was clear that a storm was approaching. Suddenly, a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman appeared on the city wall. The middle-aged man wore golden armor, and his entire body emanated a strand of powerful battle intent. However, his countenance seemed quite pale, and there was a trace of exhaustion in his eyes. The beautiful woman by his side seemed to be only a little over 30. And her countenance was quite pale just like the middle-aged man. They were Lattice parents, Zhuang Weitian and Qian Yaochan. Lady suddenly spoke. "The other 2 worlds are gone." Zhuang Weitian nodded. "We only have Clouds of Heaven Continent now." Lady closed her eyes slowly when she heard this. "Weiran, what exactly do you intend to do?" Zhuang Weitian spoke in a low voice. "Celestial Demon Stellar Region has 6 deities. Yet we only have 3 left. As for semi-deities, they have numerous times more than we have. Moreover, not all the experts they've been hiding have joined the battle. If we didn't have the War God formation on Clouds of Heaven Continent, we would have been conquered a long time ago. Yet now, even the War God formation can't stop them." Lady opened her eyes and gazed at Zhuang Weitian. "Then if it's up to you, what should we do in this situation?" "Marry Man Tian from Wildlands Stellar Region." Meanwhile, Qian Yaochan spoke abruptly. "Weiran, I wouldn't force you to marry Man Tian if he was a useless fellow. However, he's a peerless genius whose natural talent is merely slightly inferior to yours. Marrying him isn't a disgrace for you." Qian Yaochan took a deep breath, shook her head, and continued. "Weiran, countless people from our stellar region have perished because you insisted on refusing. Now, if you continue, then our stellar region will be eliminated from this world. Even if you refuse to think for your own future, you should think for us, your younger brother, and all the other living beings throughout the continent. Don't tell me that you really want all of us to die in battle with you." Lady didn't speak, but her hands behind her back were slowly being clenched tightly. Qian Yaochan said, "Weiran, Wildlands Stellar Region has agreed to step forward and mediate between us and Celestial Demon Stellar Region once you agree. They've guaranteed that if Celestial Demon Stellar Region refuses to spare us, then they'll send experts to help us." Lady said, "In other words, everyone's lives are in my hands, right?" Zhuang Weitian sighed. Wherein, I know that you strive to excel, and you're definitely unable to accept something like marrying someone in order to gain peace. However, we have no other choice. The celestial demon lord's strength is at the peak of the deity realm, and he has obtained the help of 2 ferocious celestial demon wolves that are comparable to peak deities as well. If we don't have the war god formation to keep them busy, then we aren't a match for them. Yet now, even the war god formation won't be able to stop them if they attack at full force. Big sister, can you really bear to watch as all of us die? Meanwhile, a voice came from the side, and then a man who looked slightly similar to Zhuang Weiran walked over here. The man pointed at the guards on the city walls and said, Father, mother, me, them, and all the other billions of living beings throughout our continent might die in the battle that's about to occur. Can you really bear to watch all of us die? Lady didn't speak, but the hands behind her back were clenched tightly. It was so tight that her nails had pierced her palm and threads of blood were seeping out from the cracks between her fingers. Lady remained silent for a long time before she said, The forces of Skyriver Stellar region have retreated. Do all of you know why? She didn't wait for them to speak and continued, Because he's helping us. Our stellar region isn't fighting alone. We have reinforcements as well. You're speaking about that fellow Yang Yi, right? Qian Yaochan interrupted her and said, Wherein I've heard of him from Fensengyan. You didn't just give our family heirloom, the war god ring, to him, you even have an agreement with him. Wherein, you're truly foolish. I've investigated him. He really is a genius, but so what? Can he stop Celestial Demon Stellar Region? He can't. She laughed coldly at this point and continued. Besides that, he hasn't dared to come here until now. I think he doesn't dare to come here at all. Wherein, entrusting your hopes to him will only bring calamity to everyone else. Lady shook her head and said, Since he said that he would come, then he definitely will. Qian Yaochan replied, Wherein, can't you think about everyone else? And think about your own future too. Zhuang Weitian nodded. Wherein, your natural talent is countless times better than mine, and you've even obtained the guidance of a mysterious expert. Your future is very bright. It wouldn't be worth it to let yourself die here. Marrying into Wildland's stellar region is beneficial to us and you. So why be so stubborn? Lady suddenly looked up at Zhuang Weitian and said, Father, you obtained the war god's inheritance before me. Tell me, what is a war god? What are you trying to say? Zhuang Weitian gazed at her with bewilderment in his eyes. Lady grabbed the halberd by her side and said, I met an old man in Taoist robes by chance. That old man told me something. Do you know what he said? He said the war god never makes compromises or speaks about defeat. If a war god goes to battle, the war god fights to the death. That's what a war god is. Zhuang Weitian fell silent. Lady continued, Father, from the moment I took this halberd from you, I took the path of the war god. If I make a compromise, if I speak of defeat, or if I use my body to gain peace, then would I be worthy of being the war god? Would I be worthy of his halberd? As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of dazzling light suddenly erupted from the halberd in her grasp, and then it started trembling violently. Meanwhile, the young man said, Big sister, are you going to let all of us die for that so-called war god you speak of? Lady turned to look at the young man. She gazed at him for a long time, and then she shook her head. You're truly inferior when compared to him. The young man's face instantly became unsightly. He naturally knew who Lady was referring to. The young man spoke coldly. Big sister, you say he's more outstanding than me, but so what? Did he come to help you? Lady paid no attention to the young man. She just gazed at her parents and said, Father, mother, I think that as the war god clan, death isn't the most terrifying thing for us. The most terrifying thing is losing our fearless spirit. All of you want me to marry into Wildland's stellar region. Perhaps it can save our stellar region, but it's a disgrace to all of us. As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at the halberd in her grasp and said, I would rather die in battle than live in disgrace. Well said. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the sky above the continent. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically upon hearing it. It was the celestial demon lord. It was the demon lord's voice. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear in the sky above the city. The middle-aged man wore a golden robe. His figure was tall and comparable to the height of 2 adults, and he emanated a strand of unparalleled imposing pressure. The demon lord's gaze descended onto Zhuang Weiran. Zhuang Weiran, I really admire you. How about we do this? So long as you agree to marry me, I'll immediately order my forces to retreat. Moreover, I'll even return the worlds of your clouds of heaven's stellar region that I've conquered. Besides that, I can even help you take control of your clan. So long as we join forces, it won't take long for us to charge into the large world. He would naturally not continue the attack if she was willing to marry him, because it would be equivalent to peacefully obtaining clouds of heaven's stellar region, and he would even obtain an extraordinary general. He would gain the stellar region and her. That was the same goal that Wildland's stellar region had. Zhuang Weitian and the others were slightly tempted. They naturally knew what the celestial demon lord wanted, but it was better than allowing their stellar region to vanish. Moreover, if that happened, clouds of heaven's stellar region wouldn't be considered to have surrendered. At the very least, it would sound better as it would be called an alliance through marriage. However, it depended on Zhuang Weiran. They wanted to force her to agree, but she was strong, so they didn't dare to overstep their bounds. Zhuang Weitian and the others gazed at Zhuang Weiran. Zhuang Weiran looked up at the demon lord and said, I would rather die than live in disgrace. Zhuang Weitian and the others' faces instantly became unsightly when they heard her. The demon lord gazed at her for a short while, and then he said, What a pity! As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. In an instant, huge expanses in the starry sky above him started to tremble, and it didn't take long for thousands to appear in the sky above the continent. There were 6 old men behind the demon lord, and all of them were deities. Besides that, there were around 70 semi-deities behind the 6 old men. As for the rest, the weakest amongst them were voiders. So many voiders and semi-deities had naturally not come from celestial demon stellar region alone. There were experts from other stellar regions as well. The expressions of everyone from clouds of heaven's stellar region became unsightly when they saw the forces of celestial demon stellar region. It was overwhelming. Celestial demon stellar region was fully capable of crushing clouds of heaven's stellar region. The demon lord's gaze descended onto Zhuang Weiran. Zhuang Weiran, I'll give you one last chance. If you refuse, then I'll slaughter everyone in clouds of heaven's city once the formation is destroyed. I always keep my word. Weiran! Zhuang Weitian and the others looked at her when they heard him. Actually, everyone here was looking at her. So long as she nodded, then war could be avoided. Zhuang Weiran remained silent for a short while, and then she suddenly chuckled. How sad! I never expected that there would be no one in my stellar region who has the courage to fight when the final battle is finally upon us. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked up into the sky. I'm sorry. I'm going to break my promise. As soon as she finished speaking, a strand of faint red light suddenly surged out from within her. Soul ignition. Everyone here was shocked. Chapter 1406 Because she would be dead. Was she being selfish? Some felt that she was absolutely selfish. After all, she just had to agree, and the war could be avoided. As far as they were concerned, it was very worth it to sacrifice one for the good of all. Moreover, they felt that regardless of whether she married into Wildland's stellar region, or the celestial demon lord, it wasn't a sacrifice. Because regardless of whether it was the residents of clouds of heaven's stellar region, or Zhuang Weiran's own parents, all of them were resentful because she kept refusing. However, all of them and even her parents had never tried to think about it in her shoes. She was a proud person. As far as she was concerned, marrying someone to save the stellar region wasn't just a disgrace to her, it was a disgrace for the entire clouds of heaven's stellar region, and it was a pathetic thing to do. Wasn't it pathetic to use a woman to gain peace? Moreover, her own belief in the path of cultivation was to die rather than live in disgrace. Once she agreed, then it represented that she would be going against that belief of hers. How severe was it if one's beliefs collapsed? Simply speaking, it was impossible for that person to improve further in their lifetime. Zhuang Weiran didn't want to suffer disgrace or be pathetic, but the residents of Clouds of Heaven's stellar region and her own parents were forcing her to. In the end, she had chosen to ignite her soul and fight one last time for her stellar region. Regardless of what the outcome was, it wouldn't be important, because she would be dead. The others here were shocked when they saw her ignite her soul, and even the Demon Lord and his forces were shocked. They hadn't expected her to act so resolutely and ignite her soul. Suddenly, Fen Tsengyan appeared on the city wall and immediately went over to Zhuang Weiran's side. He spoke anxiously. "Young miss, stop right now. I've received news from a mysterious person that Yan Yi and 3 other mysterious deities have breached Celestial Demon Continent. At this moment, Yan Yi is slaughtering the entire city. We've destroyed their base." Everyone here was stunned. Zhuang Weiran frowned slightly while the flames she emanated were gradually extinguished. She stared fixedly at Fen Tsengyan and asked, "Are you sure?" Fen Tsengyan hurriedly replied, "Absolutely." Zhuang Weiran looked up into the sky and said, "Are you telling me that I'm not fighting alone?" Fen Tsengyan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her stop. Had really been horrified just now. Because if that madman, Yan Yi, found out that Clouds of Heaven's stellar region had forced her to ignite her soul and die, then Yan Yi would definitely aim his sword at everyone in Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. Yan Yi would definitely annihilate everyone here. He didn't doubt that at all. Fortunately, the news had arrived in time. Actually, he wasn't sure if it was true, but he couldn't be bothered about that. It was fine so long as she didn't ignite her soul. Suddenly, the space before the Demon Lord trembled, and it didn't take long for his face to turn gloomy. His gaze descended onto Zhuang Weiran as he said, "I never expected you to have a backup plan. I'm really quite curious. Who is it that dares to help you at a time like this?" Zhuang Weiran paid no attention to the Demon Lord. She gazed at the others from her stellar region. "If you don't choose to fight, then choose death." After she found out that Yang Yi was fighting on Celestial Demon stellar region, she had no further tolerance for these people from her stellar region. Of course, she wouldn't choose to surrender or agree to their marriage proposals now. Because wouldn't she be hurting Yang Yi by doing that? Moreover, if the people of her stellar region still had such thoughts, then it would be equivalent to trying to hurt Yang Yi, and she would absolutely not allow that. "Weiran!" Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiqian seemed to intend to say something, but she interrupted him. "He hasn't betrayed me, so I definitely won't betray him. If you want me to marry someone to gain peace, then I'll leave right now. I'll head to Celestial Demon Continent to fight by his side." Why was Yang Yi there? It was because of her. There was no enmity between Yang Yi and Celestial Demon stellar region. Yang Yi didn't have to get swept into this conflict, but had charged in without hesitation because of her. So if she were to choose to marry the Demon Lord now, then wouldn't it be like betraying Yang Yi? Zhuang Weiqian and the beautiful woman exchanged glances. In the end, Zhuang Weiqian spoke solemnly. "Well, do as you say." She was the pillar of support for their stellar region, and she was its future. If she abandoned Clouds of Heaven's stellar region, Zhuang Weiqian and Qian Yaochan didn't dare think about the consequences. That was the main reason why they hadn't dared to make her marry into Wildland's stellar region or Celestial Demon stellar region. Zhuang Weiran possessed formidable strength, so unless she did so willingly, no one could force her to do anything. She nodded, and then she turned to look at the Demon Lord. "Celestial Demon Lord, if you want to fight, then let's fight." The Demon Lord stared fixedly at her. Meanwhile, an old man by the Demon Lord's side said, "Demon Lord, should we send some of our forces back?" Celestial Demon Continent was the main world of their stellar region. If anything were to happen to it, then the consequences would be very severe. The Demon Lord shook his head and said, "It's fine. If the continent is gone, then this continent will be our main continent. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and said, "Attack! Leave no one alive." The forces behind him immediately dived down towards the city. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiren grasped her halberd tightly and said, "Activate the formations. Fight until your last breaths." Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of dazzling golden light suddenly shot up into the sky, and then almost 150 golden figures that held spears appeared in the sky. They weren't real people but were energy condensed into human form. But even then, they were all at the semi-deity realm. 150 semi-deities. At the same time, beams of energy were ceaselessly shooting up from the city and surging into the golden figures. The golden figures grew more and more solid as the energy surged into them, and their auras grew stronger as well. They became even stronger than those semi-deities who were charging towards clouds of Heaven's city. Besides the golden figures, there were two violet figures that emanated a violet glow standing before the golden figures. Those violet figures made out of energy were deities. It was the war god formation. It was a formation that Zhuang Weiqian had obtained when he obtained the war god's inheritance all those years ago, and it was Clouds of Heaven's stellar region's final line of defense. The formation was exactly why Celestial Demon Stellar Region had left Clouds of Heaven continent as the last world to attack. The formation could only be activated once in 30 years because it exhausted too many divine crystals. Just activating it once exhausted all the divine crystals that Clouds of Heaven's stellar region had. The war god formation? A cold smile curled up on the corners of the demon lord's mouth. He flipped his right hand slightly before pressing his palms together and pulling them apart. A huge hole was instantly torn open in the space before him. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, two furious roars resounded from within the black hole, and then the space and ground in a huge area started to quake like an earthquake was rumbling through it. It didn't take long for two completely black and wolf-shaped colossi to appear in the sky above the city. They looked exactly the same. They looked like wolves, were completely pitch black, and had eyes that were as large as an adult's head. Their eyes were dark too and simply seemed like two black balls. As for their appearance, it was vicious. They had a pair of extremely sharp and long fangs, and even space was instantly sliced apart along with every slight movement they made. Besides that, both of them had very long fur, and it was so long that their fur could sweep the ground. Zhuang Weiqian and the others had solemn expressions on their faces when they saw those colossi. Even Zhuang Weiren had a trace of seriousness in her eyes. Celestial demon wolves. Ominous beasts. True ominous beasts. Since time immemorial, there have been auspicious beasts in this universe like the spatial mink, Qilin, and various others. Since there were auspicious beasts, there were ominous beasts as well. The celestial demon wolves were such ominous beasts of this universe. They were ominous beasts that instilled horror in others. Zhuang Weiren had an extremely solemn expression on her face. Those beasts were comparable to peak deities, so she naturally didn't dare act careless at all. The demon lord spoke indifferently. "Celestial demon wolves, don't both of you like to eat? Kill those fellows down there, and you can eat everyone on this continent." Roar! Roar! A ferocious glow instantly surged within their eyes, and then they roared with fury and charged down towards the city. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiren flipped her palm and transformed into a beam of white light that shot up into the sky. The battle began. Celestial Demon Stellar Region. Celestial Demon City. All. Numerous shrill cries were resounding from the city. At this moment, the entire city was covered in corpses while blood flowed like rivers through the streets. Besides that, a thin layer of blood-red mist covered the sky. It was a mist of blood that had been formed because of the abundance of blood here. After Yan Yes group of 4 attacked the city, they were instantly besieged by all the experts of Celestial Demon Continent. Obviously, it was much stronger than Skyriver Continent, and it was much more orderly as well. So, once they found out that Yan Yes group had invaded their continent, all the experts in the city and in the vicinity had rushed over, and countless people started to besiege them. In the beginning, The experts of Celestial Demon Continent were filled with the spirit to fight, but it didn't take long for fear to start appearing in them. Once the only deity in the city was killed by the joint forces of Yang Ye's group, no one on the continent could stop them. It was a slaughter. An insane slaughter. Especially Yang Yi. Yang Yi was clearly immersed in the slaughter. He killed everyone on sight, and countless streams of blood surged incessantly into heaven's gravestone and the heart of slaughter within him. This made Yang Yi seem like he was made of blood. Actually, he didn't seem like it. He was actually covered in blood. Heaven's gravestone wanted to absorb all the blood, but there was too much. So, a huge amount of it was absorbed by the heart of slaughter within Yang Yi. Corpses covered the ground and blood flowed into rivers. It was hell on earth. That was a true description of the current state in the city. After a long time passed. Bang! A pillar of blood shot up into the sky, and then the entire sky turned blood red. At the same time, a wave of terrifying slaughter intent appeared out of thin air in the sky above the city, and then the slaughter intent extended to every corner of the city. In an instant, the entire city was covered in blood-red mist. Some comparatively weaker cultivators were instantly corrupted by the slaughter intent and became machines of slaughter. Rebirth rank slaughter intent. Someone had attained rebirth rank slaughter intent, and it was still growing stronger at an extremely terrifying rate. It didn't take long for Elder Yuan and the others to stop, and then they looked in Yang Ye's direction while astonishment filled their eyes. Because that slaughter intent could even corrupt them. However, the slaughter intent was still growing stronger and stronger. Chapter 1407 Sorry. Chapter 1407 Sorry. The slaughter intent was growing thicker and thicker. Bang! Around half an hour later, a pillar of blood that was almost 3 kilometers wide pierced the sky and shot high above it before dyeing the entire expanse of space blood red. Meanwhile, at the instant that pillar of blood shot up into the sky, a wave of seemingly material blood red energy enveloped the entire city. In an instant, the entire city seemed like it was within an ocean of blood. Besides Elder Yuan's group of 3 and some comparatively strong-willed semi-deities, every surviving person in the city was corrupted by the slaughter intent, and they were transformed into utter machines of slaughter. Elder Yuan and the others were absolutely shocked. Even though they hadn't been corrupted and became puppets of the slaughter intent, it was capable of affecting them. Just like this very moment, they actually felt like killing, and it was a very strong feeling. They hurriedly circulated their profound energy to keep their minds clear. A few breaths of time passed before their desire to kill was finally alleviated tremendously, and then they looked towards Yang Yi, who was at the center of the city. At this moment, he seemed like a vortex of blood, and countless streams of blood were converging swiftly towards him from all over the city. Quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent. The 3 old men exchanged glances, and they saw shock in each other's eyes. Quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent. Actually, to a certain extent, quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent was much more terrifying than quasi-returnal rank sword intent. This wasn't in terms of strength. Regardless of whether it was quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent or quasi-returnal rank sword intent, there wasn't a huge difference between them when it came to strength. If one really wanted to determine which was strong, it actually depended on their owners. The reason quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent was more terrifying than sword intent was because someone who'd comprehended quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent was definitely someone ferocious and ruthless. It was absolutely impossible for someone who wasn't matchlessly ruthless to comprehend quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent. The most terrifying part was that Yang Ye's sword intent was at the rebirth realm. Based on the natural talent he possessed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to attain quasi-returnal rank sword intent in the future. 2 quasi-returnal rank intents. Just thinking about that caused a chill to run down their spines. Quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent was actually capable of posing a threat to deities like them. If quasi-returnal rank sword intent was included as well, then just those 2 intents were sufficient to suppress a deity's strength by 50%. Actually, just quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent was extremely terrifying. Especially when dealing with those who possessed comparatively weaker strength, or willpower. Quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent could instantly transform them into puppets of slaughter. Just like this very moment. All living people in the city had practically been transformed into puppets of slaughter, and they were fighting each other right now. Meanwhile, one of the old men by Elder Yuan's side said, "He's still absorbing blood." Elder Yuan and the other old man looked up. Sure enough, Yang Yi was still absorbing blood like a madman. Elder Yuan watched for a while, and then he spoke solemnly. "No, he isn't absorbing it, it's the sword in his grasp." Sure enough, Yang Yi wasn't the only one in the blood-red vortex. There was a blood-red sword floating above him. At this moment, the blood in the surroundings were surging madly towards it, and it was trembling violently while growing more and more solid. Moreover, blood was surging like waves within it. Elder Yuan spoke solemnly. "It's about to advance." The other old men were visibly moved when they heard this. Yan Ye's sword was at the peak of the void rank, so if it advanced further, it would attain the origin rank. The origin rank? Even they didn't have such a precious treasure. But even if Yang Yi gave it to them, they would dare not accept it. Why? Because it was an unparalleled sword of slaughter. Only a matchlessly ruthless person like Yang Yi could make it acknowledge him. If they tried to subdue it by force, it would only yield opposite results. While the sword could never be a match for them, if they couldn't make it fully submit to them, then they would be in trouble if it suddenly turned on them at the critical moment in a battle. Just like the sword's spirit. If she wasn't willing to stay by Yang Ye's side, then would Yang Yi dare to subdue her by force? If she were to turn on him at the critical moment in a battle, then Yang Yi would die before he even knew it. Of course, it would be a different story if he possessed absolute strength. Around 15 minutes later. Bang! A ray of blood-red light erupted from Yang Yi's location, and then it swept towards the surroundings like a wave. All the buildings in its path were obliterated, and it took less than 10 breaths of time for around 2/3 of the buildings throughout the city to be destroyed. As for the people here, actually, besides Elder Yuan's group of 3 and Yang Yi, there weren't any others in Celestial Demon City. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to walk out from the vortex of blood, and there was a sword by his side. A blood-red sword. But unlike before, Heaven's gravestone was completely blood-red. It wasn't scarlet red but dark red now. Besides that, there were 2 black thumb-sized vortices on its blade, and there were countless resentful spirits within the vortices. They were the souls of those that had been killed earlier, and there were over 10 million of them. Of course, Yang Ye's group had killed far more than that. After all, many had been instantly wiped out of existence. 10 million resentful souls. These souls were naturally not there just to be decorations on Heaven's gravestone. They could be released at a suitable moment, and even deities would have to keep their distance if 10 million resentful souls swarmed them. However, Yang Yi didn't dare rashly release them. There were too many of them, and their resentment was too strong. Even he who possessed quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent and rebirth rank sword intent didn't dare underestimate them. However, he didn't fear them as well. Because they'd been shackled by Heaven's gravestone, and Heaven's gravestone possessed full control over them. So long as Heaven's gravestone didn't betray him, those resentful souls would dare not turn on him. Since he had the sword's spirit and primordial pagoda, Heaven's gravestone would absolutely not dare to betray him, nor did it have a reason to. The facts proved that it had a future if it stayed by Yang Ye's side. Actually, both Heaven's gravestone and the sword's spirit were extremely strong on their own. However, their true strength could only be revealed in the hands of a cultivator. They couldn't fight deities if they were separated from Yang Yi, but deities wouldn't be able to resist them while they were in Yang Ye's hands. If they wanted to grow, the only way to accomplish that swiftly was to stay with Yang Yi. The sword spirit relied on Yang Ye's sword intent to improve herself. But because her level was too high, Yang Ye's current sword intent wasn't of much help to her. Of course, she'd gone through thick and thin with Yang Yi throughout this time, so they weren't using each other. Heaven's gravestone relied on killing to grow, and Yang Yi just happened to kill frequently. It could be said that it was a perfect match with Yan Yi. When Yan Yi arrived before Elder Yuan's group, the smell of blood instantly assaulted them, and it made them frown. At the same time, the fierce slaughter intent which Yan Yi and Heaven's gravestone emanated caused them to be slightly dazed. They were quite shocked and hurriedly circulated their profound energy while emanating their auras to resist it. Meanwhile, Yan Yi, who seemed like a figure made out of blood, had gradually started to return to normal. However, Heaven's gravestone was still emanating a bloody aura. Moreover, the slaughter intent it emanated was growing stronger and stronger. It seemed to want to slaughter another city. Obviously, it was addicted to slaughter. Wham! Suddenly, an ear-piercing howl resounded from Heaven's gravestone, and then a blood-red ray of light shot up into the sky. After that, Heaven's gravestone transformed into a beam of blood-ray light that shot towards the sky. Obviously, it wanted to go kill even more. Get back here! Meanwhile, Yan Ye's voice resounded. Elder Yuan and the others watched as the blood-red beam of light in the sky suddenly turned back and appeared before Yan Yi. All three of them were speechless. Heaven's gravestone had transformed Yan Ye's heart into the heart of slaughter, and that meant that it was one with Yan Yi. It had done that because it wanted Yan Yi to be hesitant to act against it. However, it hadn't expected that Yan Yi had the primordial pagoda, so Yan Yi didn't fear it at all. So, while Heaven's gravestone had advanced, it didn't dare to be disrespectful or disobey Yan Yi. Yan Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed Heaven's gravestone, and then he gazed at Elder Yuan and the others. "Seniors, let's go." They glanced at him, nodded, and then vanished into the sky. Yan Yi turned around and glanced at Celestial Demon City. After that, he swung Heaven's gravestone horizontally before transforming into a ray of blood-red light that shot up into the sky. Once Yan Yi vanished, a wave of blood-red sword energy swept forward in all directions from where Yan Yi had stood. In an instant, a deafening explosion resounded from the city. Celestial Demon City was gone. Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Clouds of Heaven Continent. At this moment, the battle was at its peak. Zhuang Weiran was fighting a celestial demon wolf while Zhuang Weiqian and Qian Yaochan were fighting the celestial demon lord. However, they were at an absolute disadvantage right now. Zhuang Weiran was barely able to resist the celestial demon wolf, but her parents were suppressed in battle with the demon lord. As for the last celestial demon wolf, it was assisting the forces of celestial demon stellar region against the deities and semi-deities created by the war god formation. More than half of the golden figures had been destroyed under the celestial demon wolf's lead. It was a one-sided battle. Since the beginning, Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region was completely suppressed. Bang! Suddenly, Zhuang Weiqian and Tian Yaochan were blasted around 10 kilometers away. The demon lord paid no further attention to them. He appeared behind Zhuang Weiran, and then slammed his fist towards her back. So long as he dealt with her, it would be equivalent to defeating Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Zhuang Weiran hadn't expected a surprise attack from the demon lord, but her reaction wasn't slow. She instinctively turned around and raised Peacekeeper before herself. Bang! The powerful force of the collision blasted her far away. She just stopped when a mouthful of blood sprayed from her mouth. Suddenly, the celestial demon wolf appeared in front of her and slammed its body against her. She couldn't dodge it. Her pupils constricted, and she instinctively raised Peacekeeper before herself again. Bang! Numerous mouthfuls of blood sprayed from her mouth as her figure flew backwards. It's over. A cruel smile arose on the corners of the demon lord's mouth, and then he shot towards her. Zhuang Weiran, I'll hang your corpse outside the walls of Clouds of Heaven City for a year so that others know the consequences of going against my celestial demon stellar region. The celestial demon wolf didn't stand by idly and had transformed into a ray of dark light that shot in Zhuang Weiran's direction as well. Zhuang Weiran's figure was still flying backwards. She glanced at the demon lord and celestial demon wolf that were getting closer and closer, and then she slowly closed her eyes. I'm sorry, I'll have to break my promise. That promise she spoke of was naturally the agreement she had with Yan Yi to meet him in 3 years. Suddenly, the sky above clouds of Heaven's city turned dark red. Chapter 14:08 You're so full of crap. The sky seemed like it was drenched with blood, and it was completely dark red while the smell of blood and boundless slaughter intent rained down like a storm. Everyone was shocked. The celestial demon lord frowned, but he didn't stop and even sped up. He knew that someone had definitely come to help, and it was not to help him, of course. However, he didn't care because the battle would be over once Zhuang Weiran was killed. The celestial demon wolf received his command and sped up its charge towards Zhuang Weiran. Right when both of them were around 30 m away from Zhuang Weiran, a figure had appeared before her, and it was a completely blood-red figure. It was Yang Yi, of course. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's blood-red eyes as he gazed at the demon lord and celestial demon wolf in front of him, and then he grabbed sword precursor's hilt and swung it. The true form of Heavenrend. The demon lord's pupils had constricted when Yang Yi drew his sword, and a wisp of shock had flashed through his eyes. Obviously, this attack had surpassed his expectations. He didn't dare act carelessly. He stretched out his right hand, and a black ball of energy suddenly appeared in front of him. After that, the ball of energy suddenly emanated a ray of dazzling black light that slammed against Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! A huge explosion resounded like a thunderclap, and it caused sharp pain to shoot through the eardrums of many. At the moment the sword energy and black ball of energy shattered, countless strands of black energy and sword energy shot madly towards the surroundings, and they even sliced apart the space before them. In just an instant, the entire sky was covered in a dense expanse of spatial rifts. It didn't take long for the surroundings to return to normal. At this moment, the demon lord and the celestial demon wolf were over 3 kilometers away. The demon lord shot a glance at his right hand, and he saw a bone-deep injury there, causing his face to instantly turn gloomy. When he looked up and gazed at Yang Yi, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. As for the wolf by his side, it had a ferocious glow in its eyes and seemed ready to swallow Yang Yi up. The battle in the sky had stopped, the battle below was still going on. Once Elder Yuan's group of 3 joined the battle, the army of clouds of Heaven's stellar region gradually stopped being pushed back and turned the situation around slightly. Most importantly, hope blazed once more in their hearts when they suddenly received reinforcements. At this moment, all of them were fighting more desperately than they ever had. No one wanted to die. In the sky. You're Yang Yi! The demon lord stared fixedly at Yang Yi as he spoke. He naturally knew of Yang Yi because Yang Yi was the reason that Sky River Stellar region had retreated. However, he would have made them leave even if Yang Yi hadn't forced them to leave. He didn't want to share too much of the benefits from this conquest, and that was also one of the reasons why he hadn't launched a full-scale attack while the forces of Sky River Stellar region were still by his side. Yang Yi glanced at the demon lord, and there was a solemn expression in his eyes. Very strong. The demon lord was even stronger than Jian Su. After all, had executed the true form of Heavenrend. However, the demon lord had forcefully withstood it, and merely suffered light injuries. Even Jian Su had lost an arm to his Heavenrend. But the demon lord had merely suffered a light injury. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and turned around to look at Zhuang Weiran. She was still the same, but she wasn't composed and indifferent as she had been. Not only was her countenance pale right now, it was covered in extreme exhaustion. It was obvious how it had been for her throughout this time. She had to face a formidable enemy on the outside while the people by her side tried to force her to get married. Moreover, it was even her loved ones who were doing that. Only someone who'd experienced it for themselves could understand how it felt. She was looking at him while he looked at her. Yang Yi seemed much more mature than he had been, and the only thing that remained the same was his gaze. It was still filled with confidence. Suddenly, Yang Yi stretched out his arm and wrapped it around her soft waist, and then he pecked her slightly pale lips. Zhuang Weiran's delicate figure stiffened. Yang Yi didn't kiss her for long and their lips parted just a moment later. He grinned and said, You always protected me in the past. Now I can finally protect you for once. If it wasn't for her, he would have died many times by now. Especially during that last battle on the Radiant Dimension, it had truly been a hopeless situation, and he might have really died if it wasn't for her. As a man, it sounded really bad to always be protected by a woman. Now Yang Yi felt quite proud that he could protect her for once. She gazed at him for a while before she said, I knew that you would come. If you don't, then you are dead. Yang Yi grinned. This isn't the time for that. As he spoke, he turned to look at the Demon Lord and said, Do you want the man or wolf? She replied, You choose. Yang Yi nodded and didn't refuse. He immediately gazed at the Demon Lord and said, Demon Lord, I really admire you. Even Celestial Demon City is gone, yet you're still so calm and composed. You're even more ruthless than I am. The Celestial Demon Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. Celestial Demon City is gone? Yang Yi was stunned. What? You don't know? The Demon Lord frowned. Actually, he couldn't be blamed for that. When Yang Yi's group arrived at Celestial Demon Continent, Yang Yi had killed one of the deities there right away, and then they joined forces and practically instantly annihilated the other deity there. It wasn't just that deity who'd been instantly annihilated. Practically all the other semi-deities had been annihilated in an instant as well. After all, Yang Yi and Elder Yuan's group was comparable to 4 deities. So, no one had been able to send the news to the Demon Lord before they died. As for the others, they were too weak and weren't qualified to send transmissions to the Demon Lord. So, they couldn't notify him even if they wanted to. The Celestial Demon Lord waved his right hand, and then a transmission talisman shot forward and exploded in midair. However, he received no reply after a breath of time passed. The Demon Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. It didn't take long for him to slowly close his eyes, and then a strand of his divine sense pierced through space and shot towards Celestial Demon Continent. Yang Yi didn't stop him because Yang Yi had transformed into a ray of blood-red light that charged into the army from Celestial Demon Stellar Region. Once he charged into the army, a wave of terrifying slaughter intent instantly swept towards the surroundings and enveloped everyone from Celestial Demon Stellar Region. Besides deities and semi-deities, everyone else was corrupted by the slaughter intent and became machines of slaughter. They attacked anyone they saw. As for the semi-deities, they were severely affected by the slaughter intent, causing their strengths to suffer a sharp decline. The situation had been instantly turned around once Yang Yi joined the battle. Right when Yang Yi was about to slaughter his way through the army, the Demon Lord suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, ferocity filled his eyes while strands of terrifying aura surged out incessantly from him and cracked apart the space in its path. Obviously, had found out about the state of Celestial Demon Continent. Yang Yi! His gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and his face was covered in madness and ferocity. Yang Yi! You actually slaughter everyone in my city! Good! Very good! Don't worry, I won't kill you later. It'll make you watch as everyone you know dies miserably before you. I won't spare anyone who's related to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched his right hand forward, and then a huge black palm pierced through space and clawed at Yang Yi. Zhuang Weiren frowned slightly. She was about to help when Yang Yi instantly transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot at the Demon Lord. Zhuang Weiren glanced at Yang Yi, and then she transformed into a ray of white light that charged at the Celestial Demon Wolf. Bang! When Yang Yi collided with the Demon Lord's attack, a deafening explosion resounded through the sky, and the space there collapsed in an instant. However, Yang Yi and the Demon Lord didn't stop, and they started to fight within the expanse of collapsed space. Rumble! Explosions resounded incessantly through the sky. The space around them was collapsing incessantly and being destroyed without end, and then it was being constantly repaired. However, it would collapse right after it was repaired. They were too strong. Meanwhile, because of the effects of Yang Yi's slaughter intent, the situation in the battle on the ground below had become one-sided. Because practically 90% of the experts from Celestial Demon Stellar Region had been corrupted by Yang Yi's slaughter intent, so they attacked anyone they saw, even if those people were their own comrades. Thus, most of the experts from celestial demon stellar region had started to fight and kill each other. As for the semi-deities and deities, while they hadn't been completely corrupted, they were still affected. Their minds weren't able to stay clear, and their strength suffered a sharp decline. Under such circumstances, celestial demon stellar region was naturally no match for clouds of heaven stellar region. However, it was the battles in the air that really decided the outcome of the war. If Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiren couldn't defeat the celestial demon lord and the celestial demon wolf, then the outcome wouldn't change even if all the deities and semi-deities on the ground below were killed. It was the same for celestial demon stellar region as well. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded in the sky, and then Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away. The demon lord stared fixedly at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, it'll make you live out your life in pain. It'll make everyone you care about suffer every single form of torture in this world while you watch. You're so full of crap. Yang Yi interrupted the demon lord, stomped his right foot down, and transformed into a ray of light that shot explosively in the demon lord's direction. Chapter 1409 Fight to the Bitter End. Chapter 1409 Fight to the Bitter End. Yang Yi was extremely swift and instantly arrived in the air above the demon lord. The sword god's seal lit up on his forehead, and his sword intense strength instantly multiplied. Meanwhile, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. The true form of Heaven Rend. It was even enhanced by quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent and rebirth rank sword intent. Bang! As soon as his sword was drawn, the space around it seemed to be unable to endure the energy within the sword and collapsed in an instant. Meanwhile, the demon lord's pupils constricted. Yan Ye's sword technique had already been formidable, and now it was even enhanced further by 2 types of intents. Especially Yan Ye's slaughter intent, it was at the quasi-returnal rank, and that was something which even he didn't dare underestimate. Yet now, there wasn't just quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent in the attack, it even carried rebirth rank sword intent. The demon lord didn't dare to act carelessly at all, and he immediately slapped his palms forward. Bang! A huge black ball of energy appeared before him, and then it emanated dazzling black light that instantly slammed against Yang Ye's sword energy. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, the space throughout the area collapsed in an instant. The black light and huge black ball of energy had shattered along with the space there, but Yang Ye's sword energy hadn't shattered. It had merely dimmed down slightly, and it hadn't even slowed down as it slammed down towards the demon lord. Bang! Another explosion resounded through the sky, and then the demon lord was blasted over 6 kilometers away. Yang Yi was just about to follow up with another attack when a huge black palm emerged from the space in front of him, and then it slammed down towards him. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He shook his left hand slightly, and the sword precursor within the ancient sheath was exchanged for Heaven's gravestone. He took Heaven gravestone in his grasp and drew it. A ray of blood-red sword energy shot forward and instantly collided with the palm. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as both the sword energy and palm vanished simultaneously. Yang Yi didn't follow up with another attack. He withdrew some divine crystals and swallowed them instead. He missed the best opportunity to follow up with another attack, so it was meaningless to try now. It was more beneficial to recover his profound energy. At the same time that he was replenishing his profound energy, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, clouds of Heaven's stellar region's forces were being led by Elder Yuan's group, and they were completely crushing the experts of celestial demon stellar region. However, the remaining celestial demon wolf was quite troublesome, and it was keeping 2 of their deities busy, Zhuang Weiqian and Qian Yaochan. Moreover, they didn't really have the strength left to resist that celestial demon wolf. Of course, the main reason was that they'd been injured by the demon lord during the previous battle. Even then, the celestial demon wolf's strength was beyond doubt. As for Zhuang Weiren, there wasn't much of a problem on her side. She was capable of dealing with a celestial demon wolf on her own, but it was quite difficult for her to defeat it. The celestial demon wolf was extremely strong. It could be said that even the celestial demon lord couldn't go against both the celestial demon wolves at once. Yan Yi restrained his thoughts and looked at the demon lord. No matter what happened in the battle below, his battle with the demon lord would be the battle that decided the outcome of the entire war. If he won, Clouds of Heaven's stellar region would have won. If he lost, it would lose with him. The demon lord glanced at his hands. Only half of his palms remained. Moreover, the aftershock from the sword energy had even injured him, but it wasn't very serious. The demon lord looked up at Yang Yi. At this moment, he truly started taking Yang Yi seriously. Earlier, even though he was slightly shocked by Yang Yi's strength, he didn't really take Yang Yi seriously. Because Yang Yi was just an emperor, and he was a deity. Would a deity have to take an emperor seriously? He felt that he didn't need to, yet now, he felt that he had to. There were a certain type of people called monstrous geniuses. They couldn't be judged based on their realms of cultivation. Obviously, Yang Yi was such a person. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or the demon lord, both of them didn't speak. Their gazes met in midair, and then they vanished on the spot. Bang! As soon as their figures vanished, a loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away while the demon lord merely moved 300 m back before he stopped himself. However, there was an extremely obvious hole on the demon lord's chest, and blood was seeping out of it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi looked down at his own chest. There was a black palm print there, and it was ceaselessly emanating mysterious energy that destroyed his skin. In next to no time, the skin on Yang Yi's chest had turned dark, and it was swiftly spreading to his entire body. Meanwhile, a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the demon lord's mouth. Yang Yi, that was my celestial demon palm, and it was fused with the energy of the dead that I've comprehended. Even deities will definitely die from it. Did you think I let you strike me for no reason? How laughable. But don't worry, I'll keep your soul intact and keep you from dying. Because I'm going to make you watch as everyone close to you is tortured before your eyes. The demon lord's voice stopped abruptly because Yang Yi's chest was healing at a visible rate. It didn't take more than 2 breaths of time for Yang Yi's chest to return to normal, and even the palm print had vanished without a trace. The demon lord's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could that be possible? Yang Yi looked at the demon lord and said, That's the energy of the dead which you spoke of. Isn't it a little too lousy? Actually, Yang Yi still had some lingering fear in his heart. The energy of the dead was terrifying indeed, and it had even shocked him. Because it was too dense and pure. The death energy he'd encountered in the past couldn't compare to it at all. Fortunately, even such a terrifying form of energy couldn't resist his primordial violet energy. Or it should be said that primordial violet energy was a counter for death energy. Actually, his body was immune to all evil because he had primordial violet energy within him. Regardless of whether it was death energy of poison, they were useless against him. The demon lord stared fixedly at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he said, All right. I still underestimated you. No wonder you were able to attain such strength at such a young age. Let me see how strong you really are. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot up into the air, and then he waved his hands. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged out from within him like the tide. After that, he pressed his right palm forward. It didn't take long for a black vortex of energy to appear on his palm while waves of terrifying pressure surged out incessantly from it. A moment of silence ensued before a wisp of ferocity arose in his eyes, and then he twisted his palm and slapped it down at Yang Yi. Celestial Demon Palm! Numerous black energy palms flashed out incessantly, and they slammed down towards Yang Yi in succession. Space didn't ripple at all as they passed through it. Deities had transcended the 5 elements, so they could make their techniques transcend the 5 elements as well. Just like these energy palms. They were capable of disregarding all defenses. Even if someone made space collapse or overlap space, it still wouldn't make a difference. Because they transcended the 5 elements, and transcended space. There was only one way for Yang Yi to destroy these energy palms, and it was by force. Because he wasn't a deity, so he couldn't transcend the 5 elements like the demon lord. He could only destroy it by force. In other words, he had to make his own strength surpass the 5 elements. Yang Yi had no choice but to execute the true form of Heaven Ren. Yang Yi's left hand shook slightly before a sword howl resounded, and then he stomped his right foot down. His figure transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the energy palm. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he arrived before the first energy palm, and then he grabbed the sword precursor's hilt and drew it. Wham! A sword howl resounded, and then the entire sky cracked apart before it. Rumble! When Yang Yi swung his sword, the energy palm right at the front was instantly shattered, and then the others behind it shattered as well. Incessant rumbling resounded through the sky. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's figure to crash down from the sky while accompanied by a loud explosion. Zhuang Weiran's pupils constricted at the sight of this, and she was about to lend him a hand. However, Yang Yi suddenly stopped in midair, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky. Bang! Another loud explosion resounded in the sky. Around 2 breaths of time later, Yang Yi and the Demon Lord stopped attacking. The Demon Lord had stopped attacking because of the battle down below. The situation down there was extremely disadvantageous to Celestial Demon Stellar Region. Yang Yi's slaughter intent had already caused almost 70% of Celestial Demon Stellar Region's forces to perish in battle, and the remaining 30% were still killing each other like madmen. If it wasn't for the Celestial Demon Wolf and those deities from Celestial Demon Stellar Region, his forces would have been wiped out by now. The Demon Lord slowly closed his eyes. He knew that if he allowed the battle to drag on, then he would become a general without an army. A moment of silence ensued before the Demon Lord looked up into the sky, and he spoke coldly. If my Celestial Demon Stellar Region loses, then you'll have to return everything you've obtained and everything I promised all of you. So, are you still going to watch the show? As soon as he finished speaking, just a few breaths of time passed before the space in the sky started to tremble. After that, 7 old men appeared in the sky. Yang Yi's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when he saw them. At the same time, the fierce battle on the ground below had stopped. The expressions of everyone from Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region had become unsightly. Because all 7 of those old men were deities. Chapter 14:10 Even being a dog wasn't bad. 7 deities. Such a number was sufficient to instantly turn the situation around. Once 7 deities joined the battle, regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or Elder Yuan's group on the ground below, they would all be defeated in an instant. That was definitely beyond any doubt. The 7 deities didn't attack immediately. Everyone here had stopped fighting, and Zhuang Weiran had returned to Yang Yi's side. Nether Blue Stellar Region, Dark Light Stellar Region, Skywave Stellar Region, Star Cloud Stellar Region, Bright Flame Stellar Region, and Blue Salvation Stellar Region. Zhuang Weiran explained. They are from 7 different stellar regions. All of them are 2-star stellar regions, and they are the powers that were assisting Celestial Demon Stellar Region from the shadows. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Why aren't they attacking?" She replied, "There's no benefit. They wanted to use us to weaken Celestial Demon Stellar Region. Now, they are waiting to negotiate with Celestial Demon Stellar Region and divide up the benefits of this conquest against us." Yang Yi chuckled and remained silent. He withdrew some divine crystals, swallowed them, and then took Zhuang Weiran's hand. She turned to look at him. She had thought that he just wanted to take advantage of the situation and hold her hand, and she was just about to speak when a strand of pure energy flowed through her hand. It flowed along her hand and into her body, and then it spread throughout her body and repaired her injuries at an alarming rate. A wisp of shock flashed through her eyes because the speed of recovery was truly too swift. She asked, "What profound energy is that?" Yang Yi smiled. "I'll tell you in the future. Now, recuperate first." The reason he hadn't attacked was naturally so that they had time to recover their profound energy and recover. This was a rare opportunity. If the Demon Lord and the others found out that Yang Yi had such heaven-defying recuperative abilities, then they would definitely attack immediately. Unfortunately, they didn't. At the same time that he recovered his profound energy, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, Clouds of Heaven's stellar region had 3 deities, Zhuang Weiran and her parents. If Elba Yuan's group and Yang Yi were included, then they had 7 deities on their side. As for the deities created by the War God formation, they'd been dispersed. As for Celestial Demon Stellar Region's forces, besides the Demon Lord and those 2 Celestial Demon Wolves, they had 6 other deities. But one of those deities had perished during the battle, so they had 8 left in total. Actually, the deities of Celestial Demon Stellar Region had the upper hand. However, their experts beneath the deity realm were in a disadvantaged situation. That was naturally because of Yang Yi. The cultivators beneath the deity realm were affected by Yang Yi's slaughter intent, so most of them weren't fighting against Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. They were attacking and killing their own companions instead. That was why the Demon Lord didn't dare to let the battle drag on. If it dragged on, then besides the deities of Celestial Demon Stellar Region, all its other cultivators would probably be annihilated. At that time, even if they still won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and it wasn't an outcome that he wanted. So, he had to seek help from the other stellar regions. But he would have to pay a certain price. The Demon Lord glanced at those 7 old men, and then he said, "All of you've obtained around 100 worlds from Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. I presume all of you don't want to just give it back, right?" Meanwhile, the violet-robed old man who led the group smiled. "Celestial Demon Lord, we will naturally not give it back. However, we'd wanted to send our forces to help you attack Clouds of Heaven City. Unfortunately, you refused. Yet now, you've called out to us and asked for help. That..." The Demon Lord stared fixedly at the old man, but the old man didn't fear him at all and met his gaze. If it was before this, they would naturally not dare to offend the Demon Lord. After all, Celestial Demon Stellar Region was a 3-star stellar region, and its strength far surpassed theirs. Yet now, Celestial Demon Stellar Region's forces were either dead or heavily injured. Its strength was far inferior to what it had been, so they naturally didn't have to fear it any longer. A short while passed before the Demon Lord spoke. "My Celestial Demon Stellar Region will give up half of the worlds we've obtained before this. I presume all of you are satisfied with that, right?" The old man looked the Demon Lord in the eyes and said, "We have a little too many people on our side." The Demon Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. He gazed at the old man for a long time before he said, 60%, that's my limit. Besides that, one shouldn't be too greedy, don't you think so too?" The old man gazed at the Demon Lord for quite a while, and then he smiled. "Of course." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man turned to look at Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran. His gaze paused on Yang Yi for a moment, and then he gazed at Zhuang Weiran. "Zhuang Weiran, Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region is finished. If we continue fighting, it'll only end with both sides suffering tremendous losses. We don't like to go too far, so you just have to agree to 2 conditions, and then retreat and give all of you a chance to live." Zhuang Weiran was about to speak when Yang Yi tightened his grasp on her hand. She glanced at him, and he grinned at her before he gazed at the old man. "Go on!" The old man glanced at Yang Yi. He naturally wouldn't dare to look down on Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi was a peerless genius who could fight the Celestial Demon Lord. The old man pondered deeply for a moment, and then he said, "It's very simple. The one's condition is that from this day onward, Clouds of Heaven continent will seal itself. No one is allowed to leave. Of course, it's not forever. 100 years. Everyone within Clouds of Heaven continent, including Zhuang Weiran, can't leave the continent within the next 100 years. The tune condition is that Clouds of Heaven continent must give us 500,000 divine crystals every year." Zhuang Weitian and the others' expressions turned unsightly when they heard the old man. They intended to ruthlessly squeeze Clouds of Heaven's stellar region for everything it had. The old man wasn't giving them a chance to live, he just wanted to squeeze clouds of heaven's stellar region dry over a long period of time. It was like raising a pig and slaughtering it once it had grown nice and fat. Even though they could obtain a short period of peace, it was peace that was full of humiliation and disgrace. True disgrace. Moreover, once clouds of heaven's stellar region was weakened, they would definitely strike the final blow. Not to mention Zhuang Weiran, even Zhuang Weiqian and the others wouldn't agree to those conditions. Actually, anyone with a little courage wouldn't agree to it. The demon lord glanced at the violet-robed old man and didn't try to stop them. Because regardless of whether clouds of heaven's stellar region agreed to those conditions, it wasn't disadvantageous to him. If clouds of heaven's stellar region agreed, that would be good because he could fatten them up before killing them. If they refused, that wasn't a problem as well. Because there was only one consequence for that, and it would be war. At this moment, his side had an absolute advantage over clouds of heaven's stellar region. After he finished speaking, the old man gazed at Zhuang Weiran. He was very well aware that she was the one who could make the decision. Just like the celestial demon lord, he wasn't afraid if she refused. That would be fine, they could just fight. In any case, they possessed absolute strength. However, he hoped she would agree because he could gain everything without a battle. After all, clouds of heaven's stellar regions still had some strength, and his side would definitely lose quite a few experts if they fought desperately. Zhuang Weiran didn't answer. She gazed at Yang Yi instead. "What do you think?" Yang Yi chuckled, and then he took her hand and went up into the sky above the city. He looked down at the city with her. At this moment, it was covered in corpses, and the horrifying scene here was only slightly better than how Celestial Demon City had been before he left. Actually, it was much better because the word horrifying wasn't sufficient to describe how Celestial Demon City had been. The old man and the others didn't attack. All of them were looking at Yang Yi as they wanted to know what he was going to do. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the living people in the city. All of those people were looking at him right now, and he could see something in their eyes: despair. Indeed, clouds of heaven's stellar region had no hope right now. At the very least, they didn't think there was any hope. Even though Yang Yi had revealed extremely formidable strength, he couldn't fight 6 deities on his own, right? Yang Yi glanced at and said, "I'm sure all of you heard him. Let me ask you something. Are all of you willing to live like dogs without any dignity?" They didn't answer him. Actually, so long as they could survive, then not to mention being a dog, they were willing to be anything. Everyone was afraid of death. No one wanted to die. None of them replied to him. Yang Yi rubbed his nose and felt rather embarrassed. Had almost forgotten that it wasn't Doomsday City, and they weren't from the Sword Alliance. If he was at Doomsday City, the entire city would fight with him if he told them to. Unfortunately, this was clouds of heaven's stellar region, so no one here knew him. Yang Yi's skin had become quite thick, so he didn't mind and continued. 500,000 divine crystals. Do you know what that represents? It represents that all of you will become slaves. Slaves that earn divine crystals for other stellar regions. You'll have to give all the divine crystals you earn to them. Are you willing to do that? Of course not. Someone suddenly howled furiously from below. No! No! It didn't take long for countless to start shouting. Divine crystals were the resources they needed to cultivate. If they had to hand all of it over, then it would be worse than taking their lives. How could they possibly be willing to let that happen? The demon lord and the others' expressions turned gloomy at the sight of this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi howled. Since you're not willing, then follow me and kill them! Kill them! Kill! Countless roared with fury, and their voices shot up into the sky. Once he saw that their spirits were roused, he turned to look at Zhuang Weiran and smiled. Promise me something if we survive today, all right? She gazed at him for a long time before she said, all right. She didn't know what he wanted, but it wasn't important anymore. At this moment, all of that really wasn't important anymore. Because she was prepared to die in battle. All of you will definitely die today. Meanwhile, the demon lord spoke abruptly. Yang Yi, no one will save you, nor would anyone dare to try. As soon as he finished speaking, the celestial demon lord didn't waste his breath and immediately waved his right hand. The two celestial demon wolves instantly transformed into rays of dark light that pounced at Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran. Viciousness flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he saw them pounce at him, and then he tore open his shirt and howled with fury. "Qiongqi! It's time to eat!" Chapter 14:11 Qiongqi? Celestial Demon Wolf? Chapter 14:11 Qiongqi? Celestial Demon Wolf? The reason he was so composed was naturally because he had a trump card, and it was Qiongqi, of course. Many people felt that his strength rose extremely swiftly, and he was advancing by leaps and bounds. However, Qiongqi was actually the fast one. Qiongqi's strength rose at a truly terrifying rate. Actually, it couldn't be said to be rising, it was recovering. How strong was Qiongqi at his peak? Yang Yi didn't know. In any case, he knew Qiongqi was very strong. Even Zhuang Weiran was probably unable to restrain Qiongqi, and only experts at Blind Maiden's level might be able to suppress him. As for how strong Qiongqi was, it wasn't important. All that mattered was summoning Qiongqi. Even if he couldn't kill everyone here, Qiongqi could still act as a shield for him. The demon lord and the others frowned when they heard Yang Yi. He has help. They didn't dare act carelessly and became vigilant. At the same time, their divine sense swept incessantly through the surroundings as a precaution against sudden attacks. However, nothing happened after around 5 breaths of time passed. Yang Yi's face couldn't help but darken. Why can't that fellow give me face for one? How laughable! Meanwhile, a wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of the demon lord's mouth, and then he waved his right hand. The celestial demon wolves that had stopped on the spot earlier immediately transformed into 2 rays of dark light that charged in Yang Yi's direction. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar resounded from Yang Yi's chest, and then a ray of black light emerged from there. It shot forward at an alarming speed and slammed against the celestial demon wolves. Bang! The others watched with shock as both wolves were blasted over 5 kilometers away. This shocked all the spectators, and they immediately gazed at the ball of black light near Yang Yi. It didn't take long for the black light to disperse, and then Qiongqi appeared before them. Just like the celestial demon wolves, Qiongqi's entire body emanated a ferocious aura. However, it was even purer than those 2 wolves. An ominous beast. Everyone here had quite the discerning eye. Even though they didn't know what type of demon beast Qiongqi was because of his strange appearance, they knew that he was definitely an ominous beast, and he was an extraordinarily ominous beast. After all, he was capable of blasting both celestial demon wolves away with a single attack. The demon lord and the others' expressions became solemn. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to be hiding such a beast in his body, and it was no ordinary ominous beast. Meanwhile, the 2 wolves in the distance revealed terror in their eyes. Danger! Qiongqi felt dangerous to them. However, it didn't take long for the fear in their eyes to transform into ferocity, and then they howled with fury before transforming into rays of dark light and charged at Qiongqi. They were ominous beasts comparable to peak deities, so they would naturally not be afraid of Qiongqi. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Qiongqi's eyes as the wings on his back suddenly unfolded. After that, he vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the wolves when his figure appeared again. Qiongqi didn't use any flashy moves, and he just slammed his figure against one of the celestial demon wolves. A vicious glow flashed through that wolf's eyes, and it didn't dodge and sped up to slam its body against Qiongqi as well. Bang! The celestial demon beast that collided with Qiongqi was blasted away. After he blasted that wolf away, Qiongqi turned around swiftly and slapped his claw at the other wolf which was behind him. Bang! An explosion resounded as that celestial demon wolf was blasted backwards, and there was an almost 2 m long gash on its forehead. Suffering an injury from Qiongqi's attack made a vicious glow flash through that celestial demon wolf's eyes, and then ferocity covered its face while a dazzling ray of dark light erupted from within it. Its hairs instantly stood on end like numerous black needles, causing the celestial demon wolf to seem even more ferocious. At the same time, the hairs on the other wolf had stood on end as well. Moreover, their bodies had become more than 3 times larger. Roar! Roar! They didn't waste any time. They immediately howled with fury and transformed into dark rays of light which shot explosively in Xiongqi's direction. Meanwhile, Yan Yi suddenly charged off in Xiongqi's direction. Xiongqi, let me help you! If he joined forces with Xiongqi, his Heavenren's strength would rise to a new height. So, dealing with those 2 celestial demon wolves would only take 2 swings of his sword. However, Xiongqi waved his claw at Yang Yi and said, I'll do it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiongqi's body gradually grew larger and larger. It didn't take long for his body to become more than 5 times larger than before. After that, he flapped his wings and transformed into a beam of black light that slammed against the celestial demon wolves. Suddenly, the demon lord shouted, Attack! As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot explosively in Yan Ye's direction. The violet-robed old man and the others didn't just stand by idly. All of them charged at Yan Yi and Zhuang Weiran as well. When she saw them charge, Zhuang Weiran turned to look at Yan Yi, who was standing by his side. It's my fault for dragging you into this situation. Yan Yi turned to look at her, took her hand, and grinned. Why speak of such things between us? She nodded. Right. The demon lord's group was growing closer and closer. 8 formidable auras smashed down upon Yan Yi and Zhuang Weiran. At this moment, even his rebirth rank sword intent and quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent were on the verge of being unable to resist their auras. Yan Ye's gaze gradually turned icy cold, and it didn't take long for the stellar sword diagram to appear in his grasp. Right when Yan Yi was about to activate it. Roar! Roar! 2 furious roars resounded from afar, and those roars carried extremely obvious pain. The demon lord was shocked because those roars had come from the celestial demon wolves. The demon lord and the others stopped before turning around to look towards the source of the roars. The 2 celestial demon wolves were suffering a flurry of attacks from Xiongqi. Xiongqi's claws were too short, and they were much sharper than the claws of the celestial demon wolves. Every single swipe of his claw left a huge gash on the celestial demon wolves. The 2 celestial demon wolves were actually stronger than the demonic dragon Yan Yi had encountered on Dark Hell Continent. However, their defenses couldn't compare to the demonic dragon, and even that demonic dragon couldn't resist Xiongqi's claws. Xiongqi wasn't just swift, he was strong, and his claws were extremely sharp. While his defenses weren't especially strong, ordinary people were utterly incapable of harming him because of his speed. The demon lord and the others were astounded when they saw that both celestial demon wolves were in a disadvantaged situation. All of them exchanged glances, and it didn't take long for the demon lord and the violet-robed old man to charge towards Xiongqi. As for the remaining 6 deities, they shot towards Yan Yi instead. Suddenly, Xiongqi grabbed a celestial demon wolf's tail with both his claws, and then he dragged it along as he transformed into a ray of dark light that shot towards Yan Yi. Everyone here was stunned. Even Yang Yi was stunned. What's that fellow trying to do? Yan Yi watched with astonishment as Xiongqi dragged that celestial demon wolf into his chest. Yan Ye's figure instantly stiffened on the spot. Suddenly, Xiongqi emerged from Yan Ye's chest, and then he charged at the remaining celestial demon wolf that had a gaze filled with bewilderment. The other celestial demon wolf had a ferocious glow in its eyes when it saw Xiongqi charge at it, and then it charged at Xiongqi. However, Xiongqi didn't go head-on against it. He just went around the celestial demon wolf, grabbed its tail with both claws, and then repeated the same thing he'd done earlier. He dragged the wolf along as he transformed into a ray of black light that entered Yan Ye's chest. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Where did those 2 celestial demon wolves go? All of them were bewildered. Others didn't know where they'd gone, but Yang Yi naturally did. Xiongqi had dragged them into the first level of the primordial pagoda. After he dragged the second celestial demon wolf in there, Xiongqi glanced up into the sky. He seemed to fear something, so he didn't dare to stay and immediately transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the celestial demon wolves were stunned for a while, and then they intended to leave like Cheongchi had. But a wave of terrifying pressure suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then it pressed down upon them. Bang! Bang! Both of them were slammed flat on the ground. They were shocked, and they looked up towards the surroundings. They seemed to be looking for something, but there was nothing around them. They exchanged glances and intended to stand up again. However, the pressure suddenly appeared out of thin air again and slammed down upon them. Bang! Bang! The celestial demon wolves were pressed flat on the ground again. This time, the pressure didn't vanish, and it just constantly pressed down upon them. It didn't take long for them to start shivering beneath it, and they howled with sorrow. Their howls were filled with pain and a trace of despair. In the end, it even seemed like they were pleading. Meanwhile, the corners of Yan Ye's mouth had curled up slightly. The primordial pagoda's strength was limited in the outside world. But if it was inside the primordial pagoda, then not to mention those two celestial demon wolves, even Cheongchi would fear it. After all, Cheongchi hadn't dared to enter it until now. He'd been using a special method to stay on Yang Ye's chest and not within Yang Yi. Why? Because while there was abundant spirit energy within the primordial pagoda and it would be very beneficial to stay within it, Cheongchi was afraid of the primordial pagoda. The primordial pagoda couldn't do anything to him while he was outside of it. At the very least, the primordial pagoda couldn't do anything to him for now. But if he were to enter it, then if it acted against him, the consequences he faces would be exactly like what the two celestial demon wolves were suffering right now. The primordial pagoda was almighty within its territory. What did you do to them? The demon lord stared fixedly at Yang Yi. He hadn't signed an agreement with the celestial demon wolves. Because even he wasn't qualified to make them submit to him. They were just working together. So, he had no idea whether they were dead or alive. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath on the demon lord. He gazed at Cheongchi and said, "Lend me your back." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi hung the ancient sheath on his waist, and then sat on Cheongchi's back. After that, he grabbed one of Cheongchi's horns with his left hand while his right hand grasped the hilt of his sword. He glanced coldly at the violet-robed old man, the demon lord, and the others. "Spare no one!" Chapter 14 12 Celestial Demon Hegemon Body. Do you think him a horse? Cheongchi was quite displeased. As a ferocious beast and even one from the ancient times, how could he possibly be willing to let others ride him? As far as he was concerned, it was a humiliation. However, he didn't make Yang Yi get off him. After all, Yang Yi had rode him once, so it didn't make a difference if Yang Yi did it again. Moreover, Yang Yi had no intention to humiliate him. Even then, Cheongchi was still displeased when he saw how Yang Yi acted. Yang Yi shook Cheongchi's horn and said, "Don't be so intolerant, and I'm riding you for a while." "All right, let's cut the crap and deal with them first." As soon as he finished speaking, his profound energy circulated madly. At the same time, the sword precursor was exchanged for Heaven's gravestone. Now that he had Cheongchi's help, even the might of an ordinary Heavenrend was comparable to the true form of Heavenrend. So, Yang Yi didn't have to use the true form of Heavenrend. After all, that would be overkill. Yang Yi didn't attack the celestial demon lord. He just gazed at the violet-robed old man's group instead. One naturally had to target the weakest link first. He didn't waste his breath at all and tapped Cheongchi lightly with his foot. Cheongchi understood what he meant and immediately flapped his wings, and then he vanished on the spot with Yang Yi on his back. "Watch out!" The demon lord was shocked and hurriedly warned the others. He wanted to lend a hand, but Cheongchi was truly too quick. Moreover, Zhuang Weiren had appeared in front of him. She would immediately attack if he did. Meanwhile, Cheongchi instantly brought Yang Yi to a deity, and then Yang Yi immediately drew his sword and swung it. That deity hadn't even been able to react before his body was sliced into two. Once he killed that deity with a single blow, Yan Yi pressed heaven's gravestone against his forehead, and then both he and Xiongqi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. H! A shrill cry suddenly resounded at the instant they vanished. Everyone looked towards the source of the cry, and they saw an old man start to become ethereal, and it only took an instant for the old man to vanish on the spot. 2 deities had been killed in an instant. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. However, Qiongqi and Yang Yi didn't stop. Once they killed the second deity, they'd vanished on the spot again. However, all the deities had recovered from their shock now. So, at the moment they vanished, the violet-robed old man and the others had moved backwards and simultaneously slapped their palms in Yan Yi and Qiongqi's direction. It took time to execute techniques, but they didn't have such time right now. So, they could only execute ordinary attacks. 5 energy palms slammed against the ray of light that Yang Yi and Qiongqi formed. However, it was instantly obliterated upon coming into contact with them, and then a ray of light flashed through the center of an old man's forehead. A moment of silence ensued before that old man's figure turned ethereal and vanished. Another deity was dead. At this moment, horror appeared in the violet-robed old man's eyes. They were deities. Deities! However, they were killed with such ease. In less than 10 minutes, the violet-robed old man's side had lost almost half of its forces. Regardless of whether it was the violet-robed old man or the others by his side, all of them didn't have the intent to fight anymore, nor did they dare to fight. Presently, they had no advantage against Yan Yi and Qiongqi. My nether blue stellar region will withdraw. One of the old men disregarded the demon lord and violet-robed old man, and he immediately vanished once he finished speaking. My dark light stellar region is withdrawing as well. My skywave stellar region is withdrawing. It didn't take long for 2 more old men to turn around and leave. So, only the violet-robed old man, the demon lord, and the experts of celestial demon stellar region remained. Yan Yi's face was quite gloomy when he saw them leave. If it was possible, he naturally wanted to kill all of them. However, those old fellows had split up, and they fled extremely swiftly by traveling directly through space. If he were to pursue them, he would definitely succeed, but it would make him leave the battlefield. It would be extremely disadvantageous to Clouds of Heaven's stellar region if he left. But it didn't matter because he could get even with them after this battle. Fools! The demon lord couldn't help but curse when he saw them flee. At this moment, all of them were a single group. If celestial demon stellar region was crushed, then all the stellar regions that participated in this battle would definitely suffer Clouds of Heaven's stellar region's revenge. So, the best choice was to work together and crush Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. Not run! The violet-robed old man's face was quite unsightly as well. He hadn't expected the remaining experts would actually flee. Enmity had already been formed, so fleeing now was absolutely foolish. Even though they'd lost 3 deities, they still had an advantage. Because the deities on the demon lord's side were still alive. Moreover, they just had to notify the powers standing behind them to send more reinforcements, then it wouldn't be a problem for them to crush Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. Yet now... Kill! Kill! Suddenly, the demon lord's voice resounded. He was very well aware that it was impossible for this battle to end peacefully. It would only end with one of their deaths. So, had decisively given the order because the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Once they heard the demon lord give the order, all the experts from celestial demon stellar region didn't hesitate to charge at the forces from Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. Meanwhile, the demon lord stretched both his hands forward, and then a vortex of black energy appeared above his palms. Threads of violet were frequently flickering through the vortex. Zhuang Weiren's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of this, and there was solemnness in her eyes. Because they were cosmic rays. Shed accidentally allowed them to come into contact with her, and it made her cultivation drop. If it wasn't for Yan Yi, she would have never been able to recover. Yan Yi had noticed this from afar, so he rode Qiongqi over to Zhuang Weiran and said, "You deal with that violet-robed geezer." She glanced at him and said, Be careful! As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shot towards the old man. A wisp of viciousness flashed through the old man's eyes when he saw her charge at him, and he didn't waste his breath and immediately charged at her as well. Meanwhile, once the black vortexes of energy appeared on the palms of the demon lord, a black vortex of energy actually emerged from his body as well. It was like a black hole that ceaselessly flickered with dark light. Besides that, violet threads were ceaselessly flashing around his body. Cosmic rays. They weren't something new to Yang Yi because he had 3 within his body. However, once the primordial pagoda recovered, those cosmic rays had vanished. He hadn't noticed how they vanished, but it was definitely the primordial pagoda's doing because only it had the ability to make such terrifying things vanish. Qiongqi suddenly said, "Be careful." Yang Yi nodded. Had experienced how terrifying they were, so he naturally didn't dare to act carelessly. He shook his wrist slightly and the sword within the ancient sheath was changed to the sword precursor. After that, Qiongqi stomped down and transformed into a ray of light that shot at the demon lord. Qiongqi had clearly not held back, so his speed had risen to an indescribable level. It could be said that only the demon lord was probably the only one here capable of seeing Yang Yi and Qiongqi. The demon lord slowly closed his eyes. When Yang Yi and Qiongqi arrived around 3 m away from him, he suddenly opened his eyes again. At this moment, his eyes had become 2 black vortexes, and a wave of terrifying black energy suddenly surged out from him when his eyes were opened. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had drawn his sword and swung it. Bang! An explosion resounded as the space throughout the sky collapsed. But it only took an instant for the space there to be restored. At this moment, Yang Yi and Qiongqi were around 10 kilometers away while the demon lord hadn't moved an inch from where he stood. There were strands of black energy flowing around him while threads of violet flashed through them. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or Qiongqi, both of them had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. It was the once time Yang Yi's Heavenren had been forcefully stopped by the demon lord. Be careful! That's the celestial demon hegemon body. It's a technique that an ancient celestial demon was renowned for. Once cultivated to an advanced stage, one's body is protected by lightning and immune to all techniques. Meanwhile, Zhuan Weiren's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. He's invincible in this state. You have to delay until that state wears off. He can only execute it once in 10 years. Because he has to absorb demonic lightning after every single time he executes it, and it can only be executed once he has demonic lightning within him. Besides that, watch out for his cosmic rays. That's the truly lethal attack. The celestial demon hegemon body. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze descended onto the energy flowing around the demon lord. Sure enough, if he looked carefully, he noticed that it was actually divine lightning. He's immune to all techniques. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists, while his profound energy surged madly. The demon lord took a deep breath and said, Yang Yi, only 2 people have forced me to use this in the last 10,000 years. The laughable thing is that both of them were of the younger generation. Needless to say, both of you are very formidable and extraordinary geniuses. Unfortunately, it's over now. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon lord waved his hands. In an instant, lightning flashed and rumbled through the sky. Countless bolts of black lightning had appeared out of thin air, and they flickered through the sky. Meanwhile, the demon lord unfurled his fist and made a chopping motion in Yang Yi's direction. Bang! A pillar of lightning tore through the space in the sky and shot down towards Yang Yi. It was so swift that it instantly arrived above Yang Yi. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he gazed at the pillar of lightning. The celestial demon hegemon body? I have one too! Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of crystal blue light suddenly descended from the starry sky. It instantly pierced through space and arrived above Yang Yi before surging into him. Bang! A wave of terrifying stellar energy surged out from within Yang Yi, and then his entire body crystallized. Chapter 1413 Kill Her First. Chapter 1413 Kill Her First. The Stellar Ward Technique. Yang Yi had thought that there would be no need to execute it since he had Qiongqi's help. But now it would seem like he'd underestimated the Celestial Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's strength was much more terrifying than he'd ever imagined. But that made sense because if he had trump cards, others would definitely have them too. Now, both sides had revealed their trump cards, and it just depended on whose trump card was superior. Once the Stellar Ward Technique was there to protect his body, Yang Yi could cooperate with Qiongqi without any fear. Earlier, while Qiongqi had cooperated with him to kill a few deities, his body had been torn open with every deity they killed. After all, Qiongqi's speed was much superior to his, and his body couldn't endure it completely. But now, he had the Stellar Ward Technique to protect himself, so he didn't have to fear Qiongqi's speed even if it doubled. Moreover, now that he had stellar energy flowing within him, he didn't have to be so conscious about his use of profound energy when executing sword techniques. The Demon Lord's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Yang Yi's figure crystallize, and then his figure shot at Yang Yi. Demonic lightning flickered and space rippled in his wake. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath as well. He just patted Qiongqi lightly, and then Qiongqi transformed into a ray of dark light that shot at the Demon Lord. When they were almost in front of the Demon Lord, Yang Yi grasped his sword's hilt tightly, and then he drew his sword and swung it down. Meanwhile, a dazzling pillar of black lightning surged out from within the Demon Lord. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as both Yang Yi and the Demon Lord were blasted backwards. The Demon Lord moved around 300 m back before he stopped moving, while Yang Yi and Qiongqi were similarly pushed 300 m back before they stopped. They'd been pushed so far back during the first collision because Yang Yi and Qiongqi had been careless. They hadn't expected the Demon Lord to possess the Celestial Demon Hegemon Body technique. They'd been caught off guard. Yet now, they were mentally prepared, so they would naturally not suffer such a loss. However, his Heavenrand had still been unable to cause any real harm to the Demon Lord. Of course, the Demon Lord hadn't harmed him at all too. Yang Yi glanced coldly at the Demon Lord, and then he looked down at Qiongqi. Can you pierce his defenses? A moment of silence ensued before Qiongqi shook his head. If I absorb all the energy within that demonic dragon, then I would be able to kill him on my own. However, I've only absorbed less than half of that energy, so my strength hasn't recovered much. Even I can't do anything to him while he's in that state. Yang Yi asked. You haven't finished absorbing it? Obviously. Qiongqi spoke angrily. That's a demonic dragon. It has lived for countless years, so how could it be absorbed that easily? If you weren't about to die, I would really be unwilling to come out here and waste time. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qiongqi continued, Kid, you have to be careful of those violet threads around his body. They are cosmic rays. They are extremely dangerous. I don't know how he took control of them, but if you get it, buy it. Qiongqi suddenly stopped speaking, and then he continued, Actually, it wouldn't be a problem even if it hits you. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, Why? Because of that thing within you. Anything that enters your body is trash before it, including those cosmic rays. Qiongqi spoke solemnly. Trust me. Anything that enters your body will be nothing more than trash. However, you still have to be careful. Because if it doesn't enter your body and attacks your body directly, then it can still kill you. These cosmic rays are extremely powerful, and they are strong enough to obliterate you. Yang Yi nodded and didn't pursue further answers. Because the Demon Lord didn't give them time to talk, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot towards them. Let's join forces against him. Yang Yi tapped his right foot lightly against Qiongqi, and his figure shot towards the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, Qiongqi leaped forward and charged at the Demon Lord as well. 2 against 1. Actually, there was a huge gap in strength between Yang Yi and the Demon Lord. It couldn't be helped, the gap between their cultivations was huge. If it wasn't for his quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent, rebirth rank sword intent, and the stellar ward technique, he wouldn't be able to fight the Demon Lord at all. Especially when the Demon Lord had activated his celestial demon hegemon body. Presently, even 20 deities couldn't harm the Demon Lord in his current state. It could be said that the Demon Lord's current strength was much stronger than the strength Blind Maiden revealed that day. Of course, Blind Maiden hadn't used her true strength in that battle. If it was based only on the strength that she'd revealed that day, the Demon Lord's strength far surpassed her. However, if Blind Maiden revealed her true strength, then she would definitely be able to kill the Demon Lord. After all, she'd reincarnated, and she'd been from the large world. Her strength at that time was definitely not something that the residents of the lower dimensions could compare to. Even though it was 2 against 1, Yan Yi and Xiongqi still weren't able to gain the upper hand. However, they weren't at a disadvantage either. Because the Demon Lord couldn't pierce their defenses as well. Xiongqi's physical defenses were extremely formidable, and he possessed extraordinary speed as well. So, even though the Demon Lord had hit Xiongqi a few times, it hadn't caused any real harm to him. As for Yan Yi's body was at the peak of the epic realm, and it was further enhanced by the stellar ward technique now. So, his physical defenses were absolutely abnormal. As for the Demon Lord's celestial demon hegemon body, it was even more terrifying. Even Heavenrand couldn't pierce his defenses. So, how terrifying was that? The current situation in the battle was one where none of them could harm each other. However, when it came to the battle on the ground below, clouds of Heaven's stellar region had completely suppressed the forces of Celestial Demon stellar region. Even a deity of Celestial Demon stellar region had been surrounded and killed. As for the violet-robed old man who was in battle with Zhuang Weiran, he'd been suppressed in battle. So, regardless of whether it was the violet-robed old man or the other forces of Celestial Demon stellar region, defeat was only a matter of time for them. Now, it all depended on the outcome of Yan Yi's battle. Regardless of whether it was Yan Yi or the Demon Lord, both their techniques had time limitations, so the first one to have their technique vanish would be the first to die. Both sides were buying time. Yan Yi had the stellar sword diagram, but he didn't dare utilize it unless he had no other choice. Because the slightest mistake might cause him to die before he could even kill his enemies. Losing lifespan wasn't the same as losing his cultivation. If his lifespan was completely exhausted at once, then even the primordial pagoda couldn't save him. Even though the primordial pagoda was heaven-defying, it wasn't that heaven-defying to the point of being able to undo death. It was probably impossible for anyone in this world to resurrect the dead. After all, it wasn't something that a human could accomplish. So, even if he had the stellar sword diagram, he didn't dare utilize it rashly. Yan Yi and Xiongqi were buying time because Zhuang Weiran and the other experts of Clouds of Heaven's stellar region had firmly gained the upper hand. If they delayed further until all the experts of Celestial Demon stellar region were annihilated, then it wouldn't be a battle of 2 against 1, it would be a group besieging the Demon Lord. It was the Demon Lord who couldn't allow the battle to drag on. He naturally understood that, so his aura started growing stronger and stronger a short while after the battle began. Obviously, he didn't want to let it drag on anymore. Meanwhile, Xiongqi's voice resounded in Yan Yi's mind. "Kid! Be careful!" Yan Yi nodded. After all, people would always fight desperately when they were forced into a corner. The stellar energy within Yan Yi surged incessantly while the sword in his ancient sheath was exchanged for the sword precursor. However, he hadn't put Heaven's gravestone away, and he was holding it in his right hand. Besides that, his sword energy had grown countless times stronger with the help of his quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent. Unfortunately, the quasi-returnal rank intent he possessed was slaughter intent. Slaughter intent was mainly used to corrupt the mind and not to improve sword energy. If it was sword intent, then he might have been able to pierce the Demon Lord's defenses. Even though slaughter intent could enhance sword energy as well, the boost it provided was limited. But it was different for sword intent. The boost sword intent provided to sword energy was unparalleled. After all, he was a sword cultivator, so his strength relied on sword intent. Roar! Suddenly, the Demon Lord's furious howl resounded through the air, and then a bolt of lightning surged out of the Demon Lord. Yan Yi and Qiongqi were instantly blasted over 1 kilometer away. The Demon Lord didn't stop with that. He immediately stretched his hands forward and twisted them slightly. In an instant, the violet threads around him started to move, and it didn't take long for them to converge on his hands. However, once they converged on his hands, his face had instantly warped with pain. Yan Yi and Qiongqi's faces turned solemn at the sight of this. Their instinct told them that the violet threads were a threat to them. Especially Yan Yi. He'd come into contact with cosmic rays, but the 3 cosmic rays he'd encountered that day were much inferior when compared to the cosmic rays on the Demon Lord's hands. The Demon Lord's gaze descended onto Yan Yi. He didn't waste his breath because it was pointless to say anything right now. He immediately stomped his right foot down and shot forward in Yan Yi's direction. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and his stellar energy circulated madly. However, when the Demon Lord arrived less than 30 m away from Yan Yi, he suddenly turned around and shot rapidly in Zhuang Weiran's direction. His goal was to kill her first. Chapter 14:14 What the hell is that? The reason the Demon Lord had launched this sudden attack against Zhuang Weiran was because of the situation Celestial Demon Stellar Region was in. Its forces were completely suppressed, and it would take an hour at most for them to be completely defeated. At that time, it would be pointless even if he could kill Yan Yi and the others. A stellar region couldn't have just one deity. So, had decisively chosen to launch a surprise attack on Zhuang Weiran. So long as he could kill her, the violet-robed old man could help Celestial Demon Stellar Region's army, or help him instead. At that time, the situation would be turned around. As for why he didn't target Yan Yi, it was because he wasn't confident that he could kill Yan Yi with a single blow. Yan Yi was too mysterious and definitely had some sort of trump card. So, for safety's sake, had chosen to kill her first. Moreover, Zhuang Weiran was locked in battle with the violet-robed old man, so she would definitely be unable to defend herself against him, and he would have a very good chance to kill her. Yan Yi's face instantly became savage when he saw the Demon Lord launch a surprise attack against Zhuang Weiran. However, his gaze seemed quite calm. He didn't hesitate to charge at the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was extremely swift, and instantly arrived near Zhuang Weiran. But right when he was about to attack, Zhuang Weiran suddenly abandoned the violet-robed old man, and then she clenched tightly onto Peacekeeper as she turned around and stabbed it at the Demon Lord. Bang! A ray of white light sprayed out of Peacekeeper and instantly arrived before the Demon Lord, so the Demon Lord was taken by surprise and was struck by it before he could even attack. Bang! An explosion resounded as the Demon Lord was blasted over 1 kilometer away, and he hadn't even stopped his figure before Yan Yi had arrived behind him. Yan Yi swiftly swung Heaven's Gravestone at the Demon Lord and blasted him back. Meanwhile, the violet-robed old man would naturally not let the opportunity slip by. He was about to attack when Qiongqi suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man was shocked by the sight of Qiongqi. After all, had witnessed how terrifying Qiongqi was, and he immediately decided to avoid Qiongqi. However, Qiongqi didn't give him the chance and immediately transformed into a ray of black light that collided with the old man. Bang! The old man was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Qiongqi naturally didn't give up the opportunity to continue striking the old man without any mercy, and he immediately pounced forward and slammed his figure against the old man again. Bang! The violet-robed old man was blasted away once more, and he spat out numerous mouthfuls of blood in midair. When he saw Qiongqi charging at him again, the old man hadn't hesitated to turn around and tear space open, and then he leaped into the spatial rift Head created. In an instant, his aura had vanished completely. Head fled. Actually, Head wanted to flee a while ago. He hadn't fled in the beginning because he knew the Celestial Demon Lord still had a trump card. So, once the Demon Lord utilized that trump card and he helped the Demon Lord annihilate Yan Yi and the others, then he and his stellar region would definitely obtain tremendous benefits. Moreover, he and his stellar region would gain the shares of those fellows who'd fled earlier. But after fighting for a while, he noticed that the Demon Lord wasn't able to do anything to Yan Yes group even after the Demon Lord utilized his trump card. At this moment, the violet-robed old man had wanted to flee. However, he was a little reluctant to give up until the Demon Lord's surprise attack on Zhuang Weiren failed. The last shred of hope within him had vanished then, so he had no intention to fight Qiongqi and fled immediately. Qiongqi didn't chase the old man, he just turned around and charged at the Demon Lord. Bang! Meanwhile, a circle of lightning suddenly erupted from the Demon Lord, and it blasted Yan Yi, Zhuang Weiran, and Qiongqi back. You knew that I would launch a surprise attack! The Demon Lord stared fixedly at Zhuang Weiran. It was obvious from how Shed attacked him that she knew he was going to launch a surprise attack against her. He really couldn't figure out how she knew. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yan Yes' mouth. Of course she knew! Actually, while Qiongqi and him fought the Demon Lord earlier, had expected that the Demon Lord would launch a surprise attack on Zhuang Weiran. Why? Because the Demon Lord couldn't pierce through Qiongqi and his defenses, but Zhuang Weiran didn't possess such defenses. So, it was very likely for the Demon Lord to target her first. After all, had frequently utilized similar tactics. For safety's sake, had warned Zhuang Weiran. So, even though she was in battle with the violet-robed old man, her attention was always on the Demon Lord. Thus, she didn't seem to panic when the Demon Lord suddenly attacked her, and she even took him by surprise. Zhuang Weiran didn't answer the Demon Lord. She just glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Be careful!" As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed and shot towards the experts of Celestial Demon Stellar Region. The Demon Lord's defenses were absolutely impenetrable, so she wouldn't be able to harm him even if she stayed. Moreover, she might be a burden to Yan Yi and Qiongqi. Because her defenses weren't as strong as theirs, so the Demon Lord would definitely target her. So, Shed decisively chosen to help the forces of Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. Now that Zhuang Weiran had joined the battle, it was like adding fuel to the flame that was burning the forces of Celestial Demon Stellar Region. It didn't even take long for them to lose another deity. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord stared fixedly at Yang Yi, and the violet threads that had vanished from his hands earlier had appeared there once more. Once they appeared on his hands, the Demon Lord's face warped. A moment later, his figure vanished on the spot, and he was already before Yang Yi and Qiongqi when his figure appeared once more. After that, he swiftly slapped down his palms at Yang Yi and Qiongqi. Bang! A black energy palm that carried violet threads flashed out from his palms, and it instantly arrived in the air above Yang Yi and Qiongqi before descending upon them. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. He immediately sat on Qiongqi's back, and the heaven's gravestone within the ancient sheath was exchanged for the sword precursor. Qiongqi immediately leaped up under Yang Yi's orders, and he shot towards the energy palm. Once they arrived before it, Yang Yi swiftly drew his sword and swung it. Bang! Yang Yi's sword struck the energy palm, and it shook violently while countless cracks instantly appeared on it. However, the black energy palm didn't shatter. Conversely, Yang Yi and Qiongqi were pushed around 3 kilometers back. Moreover, the black energy palm didn't slow down at all and continued down towards Yang Yi and Qiongqi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a wisp of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. A moment later, both he and Qiongqi vanished on the spot. Bang! Another explosion resounded, and then the black palm shattered while Yang Yi and Qiongqi were blasted away again. Both Yang Yi and Qiongqi's expressions changed drastically while their figures were blasted away. Because once the black palm shattered, the violet threads had actually not vanished, and were shooting towards them. Cosmic rays! Seriousness filled Yang Yi's eyes. He hadn't expected that Qiongqi, a true heavenrend, and him wouldn't be able to destroy those cosmic rays. Their strength had exceeded his expectations a little. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. Not did he dare to hold back. The sword god's seal suddenly glowed brilliantly on Yang Yi's forehead, and it didn't take long for his sword intent to rise madly. Bang! A wave of sword intent suddenly appeared around Yang Yi, and then the space in his vicinity instantly started to ripple. Quasi-returnal rank sword intent. Meanwhile, the cosmic rays had arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi sheathed his sword, and then swiftly drew it and swung it again. Once it was enhanced by quasi-returnal rank sword intent and slaughter intent. How terrifying was Yang Yi's heaven now! Bang! The cosmic rays in front of Yang Yi were slashed into bits. However, Yang Yi didn't stop once they were slashed into bits. He sheathed his sword once more, and then Qiongqi leaped forward under his command and shot towards the Demon Lord. A wisp of disbelief flashed through the Demon Lord's eyes when he saw the cosmic rays being slashed into bits. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi's sword intent would actually attain the quasi-returnal rank at this moment. 2 quasi-returnal rank intents. Is he trying to defy the heavens? The Demon Lord didn't have the time to linger on this, because Yang Yi had arrived in front of him. A wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes as his body suddenly started to tremble violently. After that, countless pillars of black lightning surged out from within him. It only took an instant for the entire sky to be covered in pillars of lightning, and they'd even enveloped Yang Yi and Qiongqi within them. Slash! Suddenly, Yang Yi's furious shout resounded from within the lightning, and then an ear-piercing sword howl resounded through the continent. The ocean of lightning shook violently, and then a brilliant beam of sword energy flashed through it. 2 overlapped heavenlands. Yang Yi hadn't held back at all. Had used all the profound energy and remaining stellar energy within him to execute 2 overlapped heavenlands. Bang! Everywhere it passed, it destroyed everything in its path and sliced open the ocean of lightning. Bang! The Demon Lord was blasted away, and his figure flew for over 30 kilometers. The experts from Celestial Demon Stellar Region turned ghastly pale at the sight of this. Because they hadn't just seen the Demon Lord being blasted away, they'd even seen his celestial demon hegemon body vanishing. Has he lost? Has the Demon Lord lost? Suddenly, Qiongqi emerged from the ocean of lightning while carrying Yang Yi on his back. Why was he said to be carrying Yang Yi? Because Yang Yi was lying flat on Qiongqi's back. That attack had really reached his limit. Fortunately, he had the Stellar War technique to support him, so he didn't fall unconscious. Yang Yi looked up towards the Demon Lord, and then he didn't hesitate to pat Qiongqi. Qiongqi understood what he meant and charged at the Demon Lord. Actually, that attack the Demon Lord executed had been his last attack as well. Had released all the black demonic lightning within him, so his hegemon body technique had vanished as well. However, his stronger attack had lost against Yang Yi's strongest attack. So, not only had his technique vanished, he had even suffered heavy injuries. Yang Yi would naturally not let this opportunity slip by. Right when Yang Yi and Qiongqi arrived around 300 m away from the Demon Lord. How presumptuous! Suddenly, the Demon Lord looked up at Yang Yi and Qiongqi. But at this moment, his expression was quite strange. After that, an ethereal figure appeared above him. The figure was completely pitch black and ethereal, and there was a pitch black character at the center of its brows. Once the ethereal figure appeared, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared here, and it was even stronger than the Demon Lord's aura. What the hell is that? Asked Qiongqi. Yang Yi replied. Who cares what the hell it is? Let's kill it first. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.